our meeting to order. I'll start by talking some meeting logistics. Anyone who is joining remotely, I would ask you to change your name display to your first and last name. Anyone who speaks to address the council, again, we would ask you to start by telling us your name and where you live. We would ask you to, whenever you keep your comments or questions in any point of the meeting to under 3 minutes. If you're speaking about a specific agenda item, please keep your comments germane to that topic. And if anyone who wishes to speak must be called on by the mayor. Once you're called on, you may make a statement or ask questions. But if you have multiple statements or questions, please make them all at one time. If you speak out of turn, discuss non-germane topics, go on too long, etc., you may be interrupted and asked to adjust your comments or behavior. Since we have one member appearing remotely, I would ask Councillor Alfano to identify yourself. And right now you're still muted. And still muted. There we go.
Sal Alfano, District 2.
Thanks, Sal. One addition to the agenda, we have newly elected or re-elected council members, and we can proceed by having the clerk administer the oath of office.
Okay. Raise your right hand. There are 2 oaths, as some of you know. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will be true and faithful to the state of Vermont, and that you will not directly or indirectly do any act or thing injurious to the Constitution or government thereof, so help you God, or under the pains and penalties of perjury? I do. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will faithfully execute the office of council member for the city of Montpelier, and will therein do equal right and justice to all persons to the best of your judgment and ability according to law, so help you God, or under the pains and penalties of perjury? I do.
All right, congratulations.
Exactly. Now it will really take.
All right. Now everyone is official and has the right to participate in the next item on the agenda, which is to approve the agenda. Assuming there are no requests to change, we'll consider the agenda approved. Next up, we have general business and appearances. This is an opportunity for any member of the public to address the council on any topic that is not on tonight's agenda. Steve, is this picking me up okay? Is this picking me up? Okay, good. This is an opportunity for any member of the public to address the council on any topic that is not on tonight's agenda. As with other items on the agenda, you must be called on, and we ask you to limit your comments to 3 minutes. Is there anyone in the room who would like to be heard? Tina, come on up.
I'm Tina Muncie and I live on Hebert Road. And I know very soon you'll be putting in place a process for finding a new city manager. And what I would like you to think about, if you already don't have it in place, is to form a committee that would look at the job description of the city manager. And if you have a written job description, I'd suggest you take it out, dust it off, and decide, is this really what you want a city manager to do? And what are your expectations? And then the second thing for this committee to consider would be a tight evaluation procedure, so that at the end of the first year, you could take out the job description and talk to that person and say, have you done what we wanted you to do? And so in ending, I'd like to say thank you all, especially the newbies, for doing this job, because I know being on city council isn't always an easy job. And thank you for considering my suggestion.
Thank you. Steve?
Steve Whitaker. The behind the transit center, Main Street, all over, we've got a severe dog shit problem. There seems to be no enforcement in the winter. Nobody's been cited. It's relatively easy to figure out whose dog is over at the transit center, but Main Street's a little more complicated. But it's a severe accumulation. The ice on the roofs, I think we need to consider, I think you should task staff with coming forward with a proposal to pass an ordinance that requires building owners to take care of hazard ice and charges them for the parking places and for the closed sidewalks necessary. We've had real hazards over the last several weeks. The whole apartment on Elm Street that got evacuated out onto the ice, somebody threw all their dressers and drawers and box springs and mattress, and no one did a damn thing about it for weeks until the ice broke up and the television sank into the bottom. And it's just for y'all to put, environmental stewardship on all these, fluffy agendas, and then to let that happen is just unconscionable. It's just a hypocrisy that y'all need to grow out of. The Langdon Street one-way sign has been knocked down for a week or two, laying up against the side of the building. But, people, I think all these trucks driving around ought to be able to notice when signs are knocked down. The oil that was spilled out of the snow sidewalk plow became really obvious yesterday as that section of sidewalk got cleaned by a merchant or a volunteer, and the oil is still stuck there and becomes more slippery now that the snow is off the top of it. The trip hazards are enormous. The condition of our sidewalks right in front of City Hall, the curved ramps up, 3-inch trip hazards where there's heaves. And we don't even put cones out to warn people of it. It's, and public bathrooms. I'll keep looking at you, Carrie. Where's the public bathroom committee? It's like, do your freaking job.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room would like to be heard? Zach Hughes, I see you online.
This is Zach Hughes. Good evening, Mayor. Thank you. And I want to just take a moment, a couple of things. One is I want to welcome the new counselors to their positions this evening and hope you're up to the exciting job and excitement. And particularly give a special welcome back to Jim Sheridan after an absence of, I'm trying to get it right, Jim, 14 years. Hard to believe. But welcome back and look forward to working with y'all. And feel free to drop into the homelessness task force. You'll get the meeting dates on that in your information, I'm sure. Okay. I do want to bring up a couple more things. I am not sure what the status is on the restroom committee. I was assuming it's dormant. Had tried to contact staff about it and didn't get a response. I don't know if it's because they were busy or what we were doing with it. If we need to meet offline, be free to do that because it seems the restrooms are still coming up. So obviously, the council is at its prerogative to do what it wants with the committee, maybe do something else. But I've just noticed this from Steve several times. So I just want to address it. And I do plan to check in with staff again offline. And Steve also has a point. At the corner of Berry and Main Street, there is a massive heave on the sidewalk. I'll tell you guys right now that it will cause a chair to flip over. It needs to have a warning on it, or it needs to be repaired. I have to avoid it. So just so you're aware of that, and I agree with Tina Muncy I believe that's her name, that the search committee ought to have all that, and y'all ought to have examined the job description and be very creative during your future evaluation process of your city manager. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Zach. So anybody, I'm not seeing anyone else online who's asking to be recognized, but give that a pause and we'll see if there's anyone. Oh, okay.
Hi.
Hi,
I'm
thank you.
sorry, Susan Calza. I couldn't find the hand on the Zoom thing. Susan Calza, I live on First Avenue. I've lived in Montpelier for over 20 years. I want to talk about the roads. The roads are just, First Avenue has this winter 2 or 3 huge holes, but driving around Montpelier, it's just getting worse and worse. It feels like a city in decline. It's really dispiriting. And so the water main breaks, of course, but I also agreed about the sidewalks. I don't know how many years ago the other side, so I live on number 10, so I don't know, I think that's the north side. The other side of the street was paved a number of years ago. We never got paved on this side. So walking up and down First Avenue, we all have to go on the other side. So I think when you come into Montpelier and you're driving around, it feels like a city in decline, and people drive here all the time. It feels like the worst of New Orleans. So that's my 2 cents. I think that really needs to be taken very seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else who is here to talk about something that's not on the agenda? Okay, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Yeah,
Yeah, I just want to say, you all may have noticed, I usually take, my habit under advice of municipal council has been to take action minutes, so I'm not characterizing anything anybody says, which could get me in trouble, or quoting one person and not quoting another. I did not let that stay with the last meeting. Sarah made some characterizations when folks were, of the special meeting, when folks went through and talked about their feelings on the termination agreement or separation agreement, excuse me. I left them in because it felt very important. It's very unlike me, and I don't think I will do that again, but it felt different. So if any of you look at that and have felt in any way that it mischaracterizes what she said, then let me know, and I'd be happy to amend it to take them all out. But this just felt different. So
thanks, John. Jim.
Could I take the State Street road closure off the consent agenda?
Sure,
Just have some questions.
sure.
Okay.
And especially for new members of the council, there's item B on the consent agenda every time is payroll and warrant approval. We will see most meetings, a binder coming around with all the warrants that we all have to sign. So, and those are the things that are being approved in the consent agenda that meeting. So with the exception of item C, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, Jim.
Okay, I was talking with one of the shops on the street, and they were saying, and I think it's probably going to happen real soon, but they were saying that nobody has come in to look at their building yet. But I think that's possibly on the coming week. Do you know?
Come in and look at their building?
Well, it says something about the buildings. It starts with inspecting the buildings.
Oh, much.
Yep.
That's a DPW thing, right? Kurt's online.
Oh, Kurt.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I can speak to that. It's Kurt Modico, Director of Public Works.
So we're doing pre-inspections of all the buildings within the project zone, primarily for vibrations related to the steel sheeting that needs to be installed in order to construct the stormwater treatment system. So it's a very deep excavation. In order to make it safe to do the installation, we have to put steel sheeting in, which is installed by a crane with a sort of a vibratory compaction unit to drive it down into the ground. And we're just taking precautions to make sure there's no damage to the foundations of the buildings ahead of construction. So those are being scheduled and conducted. We did several today. We'll continue through this week and next week, well before the closure, before that work starts.
Okay, thank you. They also had a question about Sunday construction. And apparently it's not going to be in the contract or something like that.
Yep. So that concern was brought up by one business owner. I'm not sure that there's a consensus between all the businesses or a desire to hold Sunday construction, but it was not bid that way.
Okay.
And, the contractor has made it clear that they're not interested in doing Sunday.
Okay. And I have one question myself. Are there water pipes in that area?
There's not a water main on this section of State Street. All the buildings are fed off the back, either from,
Okay.
from the alley behind Positive Pie, Jacob's Lot, or Lane Street.
Well, that's what I thought I knew on the Jacobs lot. I didn't know about the other. So there's no water thing there that we could do at the same time.
No, we actually do have a plan to construct a new water main in conjunction with the reconstruction of the Rialto Bridge. That water main should really extend all the way across the bridge and then tie into the big water main, the 12-inch water main that ends at the intersection of Elm and State Street. So we do plan to do a future water main there, but it makes more sense to do it with the bridge because it needs to cross the bridge.
Yep. Thank you very much, Kurt. It's good to see you again. I know you came in at the end of my career the last time.
Yep, welcome back.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kurt. Is there now a motion to approve item C of the consent agenda?
Yeah, I'll move that.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those, any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, thank you. Now we're on to organizational meeting overview.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just give me a second to change my, share my screen, and we'll do the usual overview of council roles and those kind of things. Before we move on to the rest of the meeting, we usually do this at the first meeting, and I'm just trying to figure out where. Okay, nope. I got it to share. Okay. And then, there it is right there, yeah. Got it, thank you. Got it. Beautiful. All right. Thanks. Okay, this is going to be a repeat for some of you, new for some of you, but I think it's always a good reminder to, as we kick off a new season, to go through a lot of the responsibilities, roles, legalities, and things about how the city operates for the year, and areas that we should be paying attention to. So I usually start this with the Athenian oath, which is the an oath from ancient Athens, and I'm not going to read it all, other than to note that the main goal is that we will transmit the city, better than we got it. And I think that's what all of us as public servants strive to do at all times. So my agenda today, we're going to go through governance, sort of what the council does, what the manager does, those kinds of things, our roles, what policy making looks like. I'm going to not do a long part, but I'm just going to touch on the city's department operations and facilities and on projects. I've shortened that part up considerably. So we're going to start with governance. And again, we'll go through this. So Vermont is what's known as a Dillon's Rule state. And what that means is that despite all the talk about home rule in Vermont, it actually means that cities and towns in Vermont can only do what the state legislature has authorized them to do. We do not have any independent authority on our own. So that's why any charter changes have to be approved by the legislature. And if it's not a specific enabling statute, then we can't do it. So people say, why don't you have this tax? Or why don't you do this thing? And it's because we're not authorized to do those things. The city charter is the governing document of the city. There are also state statutes, primarily Title 24 of the state statutes, but there are others that talk about local government. So anybody that has a charter means that is where we vary from the general state statute. So if there are independent things that are unique to Montpelier or any other community, those would be found in the local charters. We operate under a council manager form of government. That means that the council is the legislative or governing body. So you are the elected officials, and you are to create basically the legislative decisions and the governing decisions. So the mayor and 6 council members together constitute the city council. And this is important here, and I think we know this, but any authority of the city council comes from the council as a whole. Individual council members don't, obviously they have influence on things, but they can't make any commitments on behalf of the city. They can't incur expenses. They can't make decisions for the city. It has to be as a group, and 4 votes are required to take any action, even if there's only 4 of you here. So it still needs 4 votes to pass. That is in statute. So it's not a majority of those present. It's a majority of the body at any given time. So if there's 5 of you here, it's got to be 4 votes. And then the council does have certain appointments. They appoint the city manager, the treasurer, attorneys, and board and committee members. So those are where the council puts sort of their people in place to do those jobs. And then the city manager is the chief administrative officer of the city. The mayor, as I mentioned, people often ask, what does the mayor do versus the manager or other council members? So the mayor is a city council member. They preside over council meetings. Again, this is laid out in the charter. They can veto an action of the council, and that veto can be overridden by 5 votes. In Montpelier, by tradition, the mayor only votes to break a tie or make a 4th vote. That is not actually a legal requirement, nor is it in our charter. The mayor could vote on any item if they chose to. But we have tradition, I think it might even be in our rules of procedure. The mayor is also the only citywide elected official on the council. Everyone else is from a district, and generally serves as the spokesperson for the city on anything of a matter of policy. There are a couple of small appointments that I think the mayor makes to a couple committees and those kind of things, but the mayor does not have administrative authority. And I think sometimes mayors in the past and now get called and say, why don't you do this? And the mayor's like, well, that's not really, that's not my role. So the council, tonight you will, or some point soon, you will elect a president, a vice president, and a parliamentarian. Again, that's in the charter. It's pretty simply, the president serves to run the meetings when the mayor is not present, and the vice president does that when neither the mayor nor the president are present. And similarly, if the mayor is away and there's a public event that requires a city spokesperson, we would usually go to the president and vice president in order. You adopt your rules of procedure, ethics policy, although tonight you're going to hear about something a little different, code of conduct, and we have in the past adopted group norms. Actually, I meant to take this out where we probably should start with that again. Any council member may add an agenda item. I think that's important. You are the city council. You want to talk things that are important, you can add an agenda item. And then we in staff will work with you how to frame it, what needs to be written up, those kind of things, and maybe figure out what the best date to have it on, but you can do it. Council can create committees, subcommittees, or appoint a council rep to other committees. And when you establish committees, you can create a charge and deadline. So it might be, we have some committees that are ongoing, like the Planning Commission and others. And then there are some you might say, hey, you're only, come back in 6 months with a report on X. You'll get a weekly memo from staff, from the city manager, about city activities and upcoming issues, and you engage in annual strategic planning, and more to come on that. So basically, you'll get your agenda and your weekly memo. This is, as you're in the council meeting tonight, there's a cover sheet for each council agenda item, which outlines sort of what's going on with the council agenda. There are provisions for remote or hybrid meetings. And then on every agenda, as you've already done tonight, you have an agenda review, a general businesses and appearances, which is for public comment for items not on the agenda, the consent agenda for items that should be somewhat routine or non-controversial. Then your major agenda items, occasionally there are public hearings that are required for certain processes, in which case there's a formal opening of a public hearing where you take public testimony. And then at the end, you each do a council report. You don't have to, you can pass, but that's where you can make comments about almost anything that you'd like, including asking for upcoming council agenda items. And then occasionally we go into executive session. There are laws that surround that. There are only certain reasons we can go into executive session and certain processes that have to be followed. But that's kind of what a council meeting looks like. Montpelier we have chosen to have public comment on every agenda item. That the law only requires a public comment period in the meeting. I know several groups just have a public comment at the beginning and then no further public comment. But as long as I've been here, the council has welcomed public comment on every single agenda item. So these are important things for you to familiarize yourself with because they are things that affect you. So open meeting law, very important. All of our meetings need to be open to the public and have to be warned properly, and that includes all of our committees and includes minutes requirements and posting requirements and all those kinds of things. There are reasons for going into executive session, but they are listed in statute. The handbook that you get has the open meeting law in it. If you haven't got one yet, we'll make sure you do. And then similarly, the public records law. So it will talk about what records are public, and really you should assume they all are. Again, there are very few exemptions and reasons for exemptions. So those are two of the most important things. Then again, agenda preparation. While any council member can add an agenda item, it's good to know that, if you could get it to us by Thursday for the next Wednesday, that would be really good, just because we're scrambling to put everything together. So be aware of that. Your budget process starts in the fall. I'm going to go over that a little bit more, but understanding that and knowing the annual election and town meeting deadlines, bond processes, charter change processes, these are all either in the charter or in statute. Our ordinance adoption process, that's another good example. We don't have any requirement in charter or in statute to have 2 public hearings for ordinances, but we always have. Actually, we call them readings here for some reason. We have a first reading and a second reading. And that's just been our tradition to give people plenty of time to look at that. So, and then there's the zoning process. Anytime there's a zoning amendment, that has a slightly different take to it than regular ordinances. So that, just calling that out now, you don't need to know all those details now, but it's not the same. There are different warning requirements. It has to go through the planning commission. They have to comment on it. So there's a very specific process for rezoning. And lastly, as some of you found out the hard way last year, you are also members of the Board of Civil Authority and the Board of Abatement. And that means that if there are tax appeals or requests for abatements, then you hear those, as you also are involved with election supervising, and the city clerk handles those. For Jim and Ben, you missed the double whammy of a reappraisal and a flood with everybody asking for abatements. I think I don't know how many meetings they had, 40 maybe. Yeah, it was
a lot.
It was a lot of heavy lifting for that group last year. So hopefully not as much this year for all of your sakes, but you are members of that board. So even though we have a city council that is the governing and legislative body, and even though we have a city manager who is the chief administrative officer, under Vermont law, there are still groups and individuals that have individual authority that are free to exercise their own discretion. So some people are elected. So the city clerk is an elected official, and so they, as long as they're following the statutes for clerks and records and those, vital records and elections, that they are their own person, have independent authority. Our cemetery commission, parks commission, and the Board of Civil Authority are all independent elected bodies. So they make their own decisions. The council can't tell these people what to do, is what I'm saying, or the manager. Then the council appoints people, the rec board, and particularly the development review board, the planning commission, and the design review committee. Once you've appointed those boards, they then make their own decisions. So you have your input in terms of who you put on those committees, but once they're on, and particularly with the development review board, which is a quasi-judicial process, you actually can't, by law, you cannot interfere with the process. So, I've got an application before the DRB, Jim can't go to them and say, hey, I really want you to approve Bill's application. Like it's actually called ex parte communication. It's really not allowed. So obviously you can, if you're not happy with decisions that get made, then you can change the members of the committee or meet with them about general issues, but you can't meet with them about specific authorities. And lastly, even appointed by the city manager, there are staff people who have of independent authority. So an assessor, for example, once they're appointed as the assessor, they have the full authority to make their own decisions as far as what the value of a property is, whether, somebody appeals, for an appraisal break or whatever, the assessor has the first authority, and then that can be appealed to the Board of Civil Authority. And if you think about it, that makes sense, because you wouldn't want to have political intervention of, reduce this person's taxes or jack their taxes up. It needs to be done on a professional basis. Same thing, a fire chief at an emergency scene, a police chief, I just because I'm the police chief's boss doesn't mean I could tell them who to arrest and not to arrest and how to process certain things, or I can't go to the fire scene and tell the fire chief how to manage. At that point, they have authority in law. The health officer, same way. Zoning administrator, much like the development review board, the zoning administrator has complete independent authority to issue zoning decisions, and those can be appealed to the development review board. There's no administrative appeal to me or to Mike Miller or anybody else. And I didn't put the DPW director, but there are certain things there where the DPW director has independent authority. So I just mentioned that because sometimes things will happen and people be like, how'd you let that happen, or what happens? And people don't need to consult with me to make certain decisions. So we have a bunch of independent partners. These are just folks we work with on a regular basis. Some of the folks we provide funding to, some we don't. Actually, most of these I think we do in some way provide funding to. But they're all independent agencies with whom we interact. Whether it's the Montpelier Alive, the library, the school district, Green Mountain Transit, Vermont League of Cities and Towns, regional planning, solid waste district, downstreet housing, Capital Fire, mutual aid. These are all people who help us do what we do or perform independent functions on their own. They are their own entities. We don't have real control over them. So I'm not going to read all of these, but there are a lot of documents, and I know after council meetings, it can be really hard to go to sleep at night. So if you need something boring to read, just pick up one of these and start reading them. But these are all documents for which you should be familiar, that will get referred to various times, and are important documents for operating the city. And they are documents that we refer to, we meaning staff, on a real regular basis. So that's kind of the question about governance. Are there any questions specifically about how the city governance works? Okay, clear as mud. Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit about rules and policy and those kind of things. So I got this from graduate school, way too many years ago now. But basically, when you look at organizations, there's a role for a vision, policy, direction. There's a role for capacity, who actually does the work, and a role for who approves the work. And obviously, the area in the middle of the Venn diagram that overlaps tends to be where organizations of any sort do the best. So the one I always use is snow plowing. I think anybody who's a leader in Montpelier believes we ought to plow snow. We have people that do it. We have salt machines. We have plows. We have trucks. And the external authority, whether it's the city council or the voters, all agree that we should do snow. So there's no controversy over the fact that we plow snow, right? That is something we build proper capacity. When we do our budgets every year, we never debate whether we should plow snow. So the other question is when other things are out of line, is somebody think we should do something, And the voters think we should do it, but we don't actually have the capacity to do it. So do we need more funding, or do we need more people? Or maybe we could do something and we staff or you, the council, think we could do it, but we can't get the voters involved. So I think it's just important to think about how we can push those circles together and do what we're doing in a way, and then who represents those circles. So when we talk about roles, for us, our external authority is obviously the state and federal government. This should be just one sentence, sorry. State and federal governments, and our voters, residents, taxpayers, and businesses. So those are the people that you on the council would look to get external authority. For those of us on staff, you all are our external authority. So if we have an idea or whatever, we have to get it approved by you, or we have to get the funding or the support or whatever it takes to be happen. And similarly with vision, when we think about who is supposed to be having the vision for the community, really it is the mayor and the city council. You are the ones that should be saying, hey, here's where we want to go, here's our priorities, here's the next 5 or 10 years plus, but here's what we want to get done this year. And then similarly, the city manager staff have that for their operations. What makes the best fire department, what makes the best police department, and as long as it's consistent with the goals and visions of the council. And then the capacity, once it's happened, that's up to us, to the city manager and city staff to then put together what we need. This is the funding package we need, or just this is the training that our staff needs, or the equipment, or whatever. How do we develop the capacity to make that work? So these are kind of where people fall on the scheme of things. So just you look at the elected officials, what do the voters do? They elect you folks, they vote on our budgets and bonds, they engage in local authorities, they're the external authority. They are owners in that they are, they're part of the city, they pay, they're shareholders, but they're also customers. They are customers of our service. They go to our rec department. We've heard, they drive on our roads, they do whatever, they get zoning permits. So they may have interest, they may be involved in both controversy and complaints. They might be complaining about service or not agreeing with something that the city is doing. And there's debate over, should we buy Country Club Road? What should we, whatever those controversy might be. The city council's goal is really to set the tone for the city, to establish the vision, the policy, the priorities, the values, and goals. Where are we going? What are we trying to accomplish? And really the two biggest pieces, and I can't emphasize this enough, for policy direction from the council is the budget and regulations. Determining basically how to collect and spend other people's money is the most important policy act that you have. You're taking resources from folks and reallocating them for a public good, and how that is chosen to be done has to reflect your priorities and visions. And then similarly, any regulations, ordinances, zoning, basically enacting standards that say you can do this, you can't do this, you can do this with your property, you can't do that. That is putting regulations on people for the public good. So those are your biggest policy, and then smaller policy things tend to fall from those two things. They're either budget related or regulation related, but those fall from your big philosophies. You obviously have fiscal oversight. You oversee larger contracts and bids, just like you did tonight. You get financial reports, you get audit reports, you get all sorts of things, and you are the watchdogs for the public to make sure the city's on track. As you oversee the city manager, has our policy being implemented the way we want it to be implemented? And someone mentioned the evaluation, right? We set our strategic plan or our goals or whatever, and at the end of the year, you say, how did they get met? How did that work? And that is the process we've had. And it's really your job to address controversy, right? So you are the representatives of the owners on this board, and it's your job to sort of listen to controversy and make those decisions about how that controversy is resolved. So, we hear a lot of people talk to us about things, I don't like this, we shouldn't do this, I don't like the zoning, I don't like, this and the other thing. It's your job to not only not like things, but then come up with what you do like and say, this is what we are going to do. We're not, you don't get to just not like things, you actually have to find something that you like. And then again, lastly, as I mentioned, the council speaks with one voice. So There's 7 of you, you debate these things, but at the end of the day, once it's voted, that is the voice of the city government, and that is what the staff is going to do, even if it's a 4-3 vote. We are going to enact the policies that the council takes, and from then on, that is a decision of the council. And, actually, I've been really impressed over the last couple of years. Most of you that have occasionally fallen on the non-prevailing side of the budget, of the decision, have just been like, okay, now we're moving on. Decision's been made, we're on board. They may not maybe actively supporting it, but not actively trashing it either. And I think that's important. Once the governing decision is made, we have to move forward. So just toward that, this is a little plug, particularly for you new folks, but for anybody, there is a select board essentials, but it's really for elected officials in communities that the league is putting on. It's on Saturday, March 22nd. There's a registration deadline. So just letting you know that this is here and talking about roles and responsibilities. So if any of you are interested, let us know. And it's at Capitol Plaza. We can register you for that. So we need to know right now, but just let us know. And then lastly, we are also doing, making sure we are trying to improve communications between city staff and council, particularly since we have a transition in city manager coming up. So Evelyn Prim, our communications coordinator, will be circulating a survey asking you all what your preferences are, how you like to think, how you like getting information, what your preferences are. And our goal, of course, is to help serve you better. So council communications, this is a really big one. Technically, and actually, if you look at the charter legally, any communications you have with city staff needs to come through the city manager. And we usually are pretty, I'd say, informal about that, but we do need to copy the manager and I would say now the assistant manager on any information, any transactions between staff. We've had a few instances lately where that hasn't happened. I just think it's really important that so everybody is on the same page as far as what's going on. And you can certainly communicate for inquiry and information. You are not, as we talked earlier, you can't provide direction to a staff member. And typically, the staff reply will go to the entire council, and that's assuming that if one person has a question, then everybody has a question, and also you all get the same information at the same time, so that there's no favoritism on our part. We want to make sure everybody gets that. When you get communications from the public, you of course should, you're free to respond however you wish, obviously, but you should acknowledge receipt of the communication. And anything you reply, make sure you're clear that you're speaking for yourself and not the full council. In that, but you could say, I'll bring this to the council. And if it's a complaint, send it to staff, send it to me, send it to Kelly so we can take care of it. And we're certainly happy to keep you up to speed as to what's going on with that. And just a reminder, we say this every year, but it sometimes gets lost. Any electronic communications in your public role, in your council role, are public records. And that includes things that come from the public to you, your replies. There are certain records that can be withheld if they meet certain standards, but that is a pretty specific standard. So I would say if you start with the assumption that what you're writing could be public record or is public record, then you'll be safe. That's, that can be awkward, it can be embarrassing sometimes, but we are a public agency, we're funded publicly, and we believe in transparency. So that is the goal for that. So keep that in mind. So the city manager, someone mentioned earlier about a job description, and I'd say that's a great idea. The job description is also laid out in statute and in the charter. So the manager's job is to implement the council's policy, and I think can't say that loud enough. I believe, and this is a foundation really of this whole profession. I don't think you want a manager who's going to come in and tell you all the direction the city should be going in, because that changes with councils. That's what you get elected for. Our job is to make it happen for you and give you advice along the way. We provide advice and information to the council, and of course, try to work it in. And a chief administrative officer, so that means running the city day to day and pushing projects forward. So hire, fire, supervise, manage all the staff of the departments, dealing with constituent service, addressing complaints, following the International City Managers Association Code of Ethics, assuring the city capacity to provide public services. So you go back to the circle about the capacity. That's our job. Steve, do you have something more important to say than this? Because you're interrupting our presentation. Would you like to come up and give this?
There's something I asked Matt to keep his voice down.
Okay.
So that you can continue and we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Well, I only heard you talking, so I apologize if it was Nat. Nat? So the manager ensures the city capacity to provide public service, informs the council on general affairs, legal stuff, all that kind of thing, and assists you with policy-making process, identifying unmet needs and providing professional advice. At the end of the day, it's, you vote it and it happens, even if you don't agree with the manager. And I think that's really important. We have a little joke that we use about paving the river, that if the council tells us to pave the river, we can tell the council why it's a bad idea, but if they vote to pave it, we're out there paving it. And 2 years later, when another council says unpave it, we say, absolutely, we will unpave it, and we don't say we told you so. So that's kind of how it goes. So are there questions about the roles? Steve, I am sorry about that. I could only hear your voice. Policy decisions. This is really where the council goes. We use a little bit of an airplane analogy. So when you're taking a flight, going on a trip, you're choosing your destination, you choose when you want to arrive there, and you choose the cost, right? So you could go nonstop first class, go to someplace, or you could choose to drive and take all day and save a lot of money. So how you want to do that, where do you want to go, how much are we willing to pay, and how long do we want to get there are all parts of your policy decisions. So we look at the council and staff work. And again, as you can see, as the plane is flying high, that's really where the council is. What's our purpose and vision? What are our goals? What are our priority items? And then as we're landing, then it really, you're handing that off. Now, okay, you've selected those destinations, but you're letting the pilot fly the plane. So you're making one set of decisions. The staff is then making the people at the airport are doing all the maintenance on the plane and getting it to land. So if you think of it kind of that way, and then obviously you get down to the daily work. So, again, I'm not going to walk through all of those, but it is a good little visual. We'll send you all of these slides too, so you can have if you're interested. The council's most recent vision adopted by the council, and again, that is subject for review at any given time or part of the strategic planning, is Montpelier is an engaged and growing city with a population that reflects cultural and economic diversity and security for all. The city balances being a hub for businesses, arts, outdoor recreation, and other cultural events while ensuring there are strong core municipal services, environmental protections, a variety of diverse and affordable housing, and support services for all. So that is the most recent vision adopted by the City Council. And the mission is that the City of Montpelier will provide excellent and innovative municipal services that align with community priorities and resources through proactive communication and public engagement. So that is the mission of the city, to try to accomplish the vision that was set out. And then we have core values for the organization. Again, these have all been adopted by prior councils. That the dignity and worth of all people is recognized and respected. The city government will be transparent, accountable, ethical, and financially responsible. City employees are respected, treated fairly, and recognized for their commitment to the community. Innovation is encouraged and rewarded. Diversity, equity, and inclusion in the organization and community are essential. The city must work actively to address climate change through environmental sustainability and resiliency initiatives, and connection to the world beyond Montpelier is desired. So we certainly try to reflect those values on the staff end, and obviously, ideally, we would be doing it throughout the full organization. So strategic plan goals, and I'm going to go through the current ones very briefly, but just mention there were some questions or concerns raised about the strategic planning process, and I'd simply say that that is your process. It's the council's process to decide your priorities, but it's really important for staff to have them, because that is what we do. That is how we make the kind of decisions that we make on a daily basis, is to understand what the council has said. So those documents, like the city plan, like the budget, like the strategic plan goal, those are the things that we rely on to run the city to meet your vision. So currently, the top issues are build and maintain sustainable infrastructure, create more housing, rebuild and plan for future resilience in the face of climate change, and practice good environmental stewardship, advance the economy to improve community prosperity for residents and local businesses so that people's basic needs are met, and improve public health and safety for all. And as most of you know, and if you haven't, we'll share that with you, then there are lists of other initiatives beneath each of those and the specific activities. And part of what we do or try to do is to identify those top priority issues and activities for any given year or two. And, you know, are those still the top issues for this group? So the planning, it's done annually, either an update or a full review. Again, the process can be however you would like it. The process we've done the last couple of years was one designed by prior councils, and we've continued it. So if we want to change it, we can. Last year, we did it between March and June, and it was made into a 3-year plan. I think the idea was that it would be an update this year to make sure we were on and taking a look at specific processes. It's an iterative process between council and staff. In the past, we've had facilitators come in. The last couple of years, we have not, to try to work through that. And again, this is where goals, initiatives, actions, and steps are established, which really then set the work plan for the staff. And then that final plan is adopted by council. And that also guides agenda items, projects, activities, and spending. So those of you that have been on before know that once you've adopted the strategic plan, all of a sudden our future agenda items start being populated with these various items that you've identified as things that were important for conversation. And then when we come to the budget, we try to at least identify the strategic goals and what we are and are not funding in them based on the amount of budget. And that, you know, that becomes the priorities, right? How much of this is important to fund, and how much the balance between that and how much can we afford to put into the budget. So that is the policy where the rubber hits the road.
Bill, would you mind if I ask a question just real quick?
No.
I'm wondering what the relationship is between the city plan and the strategic plan.
Hold that thought.
Okay, I will. Thank you.
Coming to that. And then we issue quarterly reports on how we're doing on the strategic plan. And then, as I just said, it informs the budget process and guides priority spending. And I've mentioned this before, but even internally when we're doing operations, you know, an issue will come up and people will say, well, you know, would the city be on board with this? And one of the first things we look at is, well, has the council already spoken on this? Is it in the plan? So we can easily say, yes, this is something absolutely the council will be on board with, or I don't know. There's nothing, we might need to take it to the council to see where they are. It really helps us being efficient with our time. So, you know, I just mentioned this. If you think about your meetings, you have approximately 100 hours that you sit here together in these rooms. So that's what, 2.5 work weeks. So part of what the strategic plan should do is deciding how you're best using those 100 hours so that we're spending our time in these meetings, on the most important issues for you, and have the most sort of long-term, most impact. So our budget process, which leads to, is council sets the priorities. We have a budget overview, council in October, and that's when we normally say, here's what we're seeing for numbers. And that's when the council can give us some direction as far as targets and priorities, knowing that things may change, but helpful. We prepare the budget in November with a process that we call Budget Congress. And then you get a recommended budget in December. And at that point, we prepare budget videos for people, the council and public to look at. And then the council holds hearings in December and January to ask any questions about the budget, to make decisions, to try to understand what they want to then adopt for their budget to put on the ballot by the end of January. And then the voters vote on it. And then July 1st. The budget starts. So we are somewhere between steps 9 and 10 right now. And then we will wash, rinse, and repeat all over again. So any questions about policy making and your questions? I know there's a lot here, and we can certainly talk about this at upcoming meetings. So operations department facilities. So I put this slide on here because when we talked about you and your 100 hours, most of what the council does has to do with the iceberg that's above the water. And those are the issues. But what's below the water is the real work of city government, the police calls, the fire calls, the dispatch calls that are being made, the plowing, the road fixing, the rec programs, the zoning programs, the meetings of various committees, the finance work that's being done, the senior center, all those things. That is what residents are paying for. Those are all part of our policy. These are services we're delivering to the residents. And when things are going well, the council should really be able to focus on your top priorities and moving what's happening with the future and just getting updates on things that are happening sort of below the water, so to speak. And usually that's what happens unless something's really going terribly wrong. And then all of a sudden we're at council meetings talking about, the way some department or other didn't do their job. But ideally, that's what's focused. So I think it's important to remind everybody, the public and the council members, that there's so much of city government that's going on all the time that isn't necessarily on a council agenda, but is really, really important to what we're doing for the community and what you're leading and you are ultimately responsible for. So some of you have seen this before. This is just a list of city facilities, whether they are buildings or parks or things, and I just note the various numbers of, this doesn't actually have the list of the miles of roads and sidewalks and water lines and that stuff, but we have that. So these are all things that we're doing and working with all the time that require money to take care of and resources and people and things that are happening all the time. And we would certainly invite people to take tours of these and get acquainted, just even though, again, you're not that involved in operations, it's certainly informative to get some sense of at least the major items here. So quickly, again, most people know, I've already referred to most of them. We have our public safety group, police, fire, and including ambulance, our dispatchers, emergency management, flood, that kind of thing, our community justice center, and parking. Public Works, all of they do, streets, water, sewer, water and sewer treatment plants, our district heat, our stormwater, major projects, equipment management, community services, parks, rec, and senior center, planning and development. That includes our zoning, planning, building inspections, community and economic development, grant management, and housing development, those kind of things. All of our major projects sort of circulate through them. City clerk, elected official, their job defined by the statute, but land records, elections, licenses, vital records, meeting minutes, Board of Civil Authority. I'm sure the clerk could add many, many other things, but those are, really important. Finance, we have what, $30 million comes through the city, and not even counting the school money that comes in that we pass on to them. So they're making sure that's all being spent properly, accounted for. We have our payroll, our budget, payables, billing. There's a lot of money comes through here that people don't necessarily realize. And Cemetery Commission, of course, handles the cemetery. City manager is responsible for the overall management of all of that. Specifically, we have the assessing, human resources, communications, facilities and sustainability, and of course the general projects and admin support for the council. So your agendas, your packets, your weekly memos, all, helping you with whatever that you need to do, and certainly happy to talk to any of you at any time. So that's the lightning round of city services. I know last year we had you all sit through very long presentations. We're not planning to do that this year, but we certainly can give you a briefing on any city department that you wish. So are there any questions, lightning round questions about city operations? Nope, still coming. So we do have a list of current projects, and again, not going to go through all of these, but these are already on the plate in various stages of advancement. You'll be getting update, I think, on East State Street, Barry, Main, and the Barry Main intersection and the Barry Main bike cycle track coming up early April. Country Club Road, we're getting a update later tonight. So you will be hearing about a lot of these projects as we go forward, but these are the things that, in addition to the normal work that we do, these are also projects being advanced by the city. Any questions about those? And again, more to come. So, okay, so this is Teddy Roosevelt's sexist statement, but or at least written sexist. But I hope you all take this to heart, and I'll try to say it gender neutrally. But I really appreciate this, and I think you all should too. It's not the critic who counts, not the person who points out how the strong person stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the person who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there's no effort without error and shortcoming. But who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends themselves in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if they fail, at least fail while daring greatly, so that their place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. Teddy Roosevelt. And you know, we sit here and take a lot of criticism for a lot of decisions, and a lot of people telling all of us that we're doing things wrong, and that's great. But you all, and all of the folks in these positions are the ones that are actually doing this work and trying to do the right thing as best they can. So what's next? Obviously, we'll talk a little bit more later tonight, but we are in a little bit of an odd place next few months. But last year we had a council retreat, and we have 2 new members this year. So, it might be something that you all want to consider, whether to do that and how to, figure out how to work together and go through some of your things. So we have a city plan approval process this year. So every 8 years, there's a city plan that is required by law. It's the artist formerly known as the master plan. And it lays out certain statutory things, and it's meant to be visionary and all that. So the question is, how can we use that? You will be seeing the city plan coming up in, I think it's May, if my memory serves me right. There's a couple processes the Planning Commission has to finish up, and I think it comes to you for approval. And we would love to get it approved as soon as possible, because that will allow us to make some applications. But it may make sense to take a look at that and then integrate the strategic plan into that, so that they become one working document. And certainly if we can't do that, if timing doesn't work this year, it certainly should be for next year. And then identify what the 2025 priorities. Take a look at our plan and say, what are the top things we need to do this year, knowing that we got a big year in transition, knowing that, we're going to have less staff starting July 1, and some vacant, at least one big vacant position. So, I think we have to be realistic about what can and can't be accomplished in the next 12 months, but certainly also not wanting to just tread water. So I throw those really out to you. How do we want to tackle the year ahead? And that really is all I have. So I'm happy to take any questions on any of it. I know that was a lot of me talking. We will send you all of these, but I hope it's helpful to kind of tee off your year.
Thanks, Bill. Does anyone have any questions before we move to the next item or comments?
I would just say thanks for the overview. It was very helpful.
All right, thank you. Next. Yeah. Yeah, come on up, please.
Peter Kelman. Microphone on?
Should be, yep.
Okay. I live on Mountain View Street. I've heard this presentation probably about 10 times, and it always sounds great. But I always notice things that are in theory, not in practice. One thing I just mentioned, because you're all to the council, Bill said, I can't remember what it was, that when you get a communication from the public, the first thing you should do is acknowledge it. I have probably sent on an average of 30 emails a year, probably more, to every one of you. Most of you, including my own representative, have never acknowledged it. Some of you have occasionally. Jack does frequently. If that's an expectation, I think you should do it. If you're not going to do it, then I think you need to take it out of being an expectation. The second thing is that Bill always talks about, you guys set the policy, you know, his paved river analogy. The truth of the matter is that you guys change quite frequently. The city manager doesn't. So even though it's true in theory, you set the policy, the city manager has a lot to do with how you approach that, including the entire strategic development plan process, which the city manager kind of runs. So I think you need to be a little more honest about this. This is a city manager, city council process. As Bill pointed out, the city council has about 100 hours of work, and they'd be very careful not to let that slop over in ways that would be violating open meeting laws. The city manager, on the other hand, himself, not including his staff, has 2,000 hours. He's working all the time. His staff is working all the time. So let's be real. The pilot of this plane is always working. So that's going to be a big influence on what happens. So this whole theory, you guys set the policy, here this year, this time we have 2 new people. Jim doesn't really count as being new because he's been here before. And then last year we had 2 other new people. Every 2 years you get new people who are just learning the ropes. People leave early, so forth. But the city manager is always here and the staff is always here and they know the ropes. So let's really be honest about who is driving this. I think we should be thinking of 2, and maybe somebody to think about 2.
Thanks, Peter. That's your.
Oh, okay. I'll bring my 2 recommendations another time.
Okay.
Oh, good segue, Steve Whitaker. I will carry on. A prior assistant city manager would come to the newly formed homelessness task force and throw wet blankets on every idea for public restrooms or showers or, you know, the level of power imbalance and the ruling out. I'm encouraging y'all counselors to finally take control of this ship and direct the city manager what to do. Don't take, you know, the back room, that'll never fly, this will never fly. Discuss it among yourselves, reach agreement, get the 4 votes, and direct what you want city management to do. But do not continue to take the easy way out and let the ship be driven by whatever other agenda is going on. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
Yeah, I'm just going to respond to those since I'm leaving. It's always been our desire to have the city council do exactly that. And if you notice in the analogy, we said the city council chooses the destination, chooses the price, chooses the time they want to get there. And yes, we fly the ship, but it's after you've chosen where you want to go. And it is true that the council changes and we have to adapt with that. But for example, we had a city council that was very, very enthusiastically in favor of the Confluence Park. And we invested a lot of time and energy to put that project together. And then the council changed and wanted to end the project. And so we ended the project. I mean, that is, the council makes those decisions. We didn't try to tell the council that they should or shouldn't do it. We just said, what do you want to do? We present ideas about various policies, and sometimes they pass and sometimes they don't. I mean, obviously, we are your experts. We work for you. You should be getting feedback from us. The expertise amongst our staff is astonishing, really. But at the end of the day, if it doesn't feel right, it doesn't feel right. You are the elected representative. So yes, and you know, we We went at this a little bit during the budget, and I'm not ashamed to call it out. I kept saying, you need to tell us what you want. We need your direction. Otherwise, as these folks said, you get mine, you get staff's opinion, and we are not, nobody elected us. Nobody, wanted our agenda. They elected you. And so I think that is important to understand, we'll give you our advice, but it doesn't bother me when it gets voted down. So I do think that's important to understand. And so I hope you take that advice that was just given to you. And, we always are happy when you make motions and it's clear. Once there's a vote, then there's a record and we know what to do. As Brene Brown says, clarity is kind. And sometimes it can be messy getting there, but once you have voted, then we know what our marching orders are. And we spend an hour or two every Thursday morning after these meetings, going through the council meetings, saying, what did they tell us to do? What came up during general business? What needs to be followed up on? What aren't we clear on? So yes, we take it all very seriously.
Thanks, Phil.
All right. Now we can move to our next agenda item, which is election of officers. And this is something we do every year. And we are electing 3 officers, the president, the vice president, and the parliamentarian. And we'll do that in that order, first by asking for nominations for city council president. And any council member can make a nomination, including for him or herself.
I'll nominate Helen.
And Sal?
I didn't hear that.
Jim nominated Pellin to be city council president.
Oh, that's fine. Yes, I was going to do the same.
Are there any other nominations? Okay, seconds are not required for nominations.
May I ask who is the current ones? Okay. Carrie was the
And
vice
Carrie's
president.
vice president.
And who was the parliamentarian? Okay, I'm just gonna say what we used to do when I was on the council. We used to pass it around. And so we would kind of ask who did it, because when I first got on, somebody stayed on, wanted it all the time, and got upset when somebody, wanted else, and I was like, everybody likes to do it, what's the problem with that? So I would ask, is there anybody, we obviously have a new president now, because you didn't do it last time, is there anybody that would like to be the vice president that hasn't been? And if not, then I'll nominate you again.
Let me point out, we haven't voted on the city council president.
Oh, sorry, Jack, didn't mean to jump ahead.
All those in favor of electing Pellin Cone city council president indicate by saying aye.
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 All right. Now you're city council president. Now nominations are open for city council vice president. Is there someone who wants to make a nomination?
I'd like to nominate Carrie for vice president.
And are you willing to continue doing it? And is there anyone else who wants to make a nomination while we're at it? Hearing none, all those in favor of electing Carrie Brown council vice president indicate by saying aye.
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 All right, appears to be unanimous. And now for parliamentarian, the most fun job of all. Is there a nomination? Sal, are you willing to do it again?
Well, it was so much fun this past year.
So you
Sure.
can nominate yourself or you can nominate someone else.
No, I'm happy to do it.
I'll nominate Sal.
Okay. All those in favor of electing Sal Alfano, parliamentarian? Not required for nominations. Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, we have elected our city council officers.
Congratulations, you three.
Yes, thank you all for being willing to do this.
Wondering where all those seconds are.
That's one of the things in Robert's rules. Those nominations don't require a second. Next, we have readoption of the city council's rules of procedure. The rules are in the council handbook, they're on the council's webpage, and they have, were initially adopted in 1963 and have existed in their current form since 2014. Is there a motion to readopt the rules of procedure? Carrie?
Yeah, I want to bring up the item of the mayor not voting, except in cases of a tie or to make the fourth vote. And I'm not convinced of all the good reasons for that and whether we might want to have some flexibility in that so that the mayor was able to vote. So I guess I just want to hear a little bit more about why that's there and why that seems like a good thing. If anyone thinks that it is.
It's always been that way. To answer something, a point that Bill made, it is in fact in the rules of procedure. That's Rule 4 of the rules of procedure. I'm happy with it being in or being not in the rules. I think that probably in my position, I would continue to adhere to the custom of not voting unless there's one of the circumstances in which it would be necessary for the reason that in any other circumstance, it wouldn't make a difference to the outcome. And I think people have plenty of opportunities to glean what my opinions are, whether I'm voting or not. But if you wanted to move to take it out, that would be fine too. But we should get a motion to adopt them, and then we can talk about Pelham.
So can we discuss this in our council retreat? Would it be possible, or we have to decide tonight?
Oh, we don't have to decide tonight. The
So-
rules are what they are, and they're going to continue to be what they are until some action happens to change it.
So yeah, I think it's good to discuss this item, but I feel like we need more time so we can hear different ideas.
Okay.
Or if you want to keep it like that, it is fine by me. But if we are planning to make some changes, I think we might need more discussion time.
All right.
So-
Does that work for everybody? I'm not seeing anybody say no, so we can,
I will move to,
yeah, Sal.
I will move to adopt the council rules of procedure.
All right, is there a second? And based on the conversation, do people want to vote on this rule, this motion now, and then consider changing it when we have a council retreat? Or does somebody want to move to lay this on the table until we've had a chance to discuss it at the council retreat? And I think either way is fine with me. We could certainly, if we decide at the council retreat that we want to change it, we can always come to a meeting and adopt a change. All right. All those in favor of the motion to adopt the rules of procedure as they exist now, recognizing they may be changed in the future, signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. Next up, we have council or committee assignments. You all received a list of committees. And for many of these committees, we have city council representatives. And some of them, we've already, some of them we can see there have to be changes because we have people who are no longer on the council who are listed as incumbents. For others, someone who hasn't been on a committee might want the opportunity to serve in that capacity. Someone else who's been on a committee might want to get off it. Yeah, Carrie.
I suspect I'm looking at a different list than you are, just from how it looks over your shoulder, because the list that I have does not include the council representatives. It's just got staff reps and chairs. So is there another version of this somewhere out there?
Yeah, I think you must have a different list than I have, and I think those are both set out separately. Helen.
So we haven't made any decision, and also I remember, I think Kelly's email, the committees might be combined. So are we deciding to be on which committee based on this list, or there will be a final list?
Why don't we take this up at the next meeting so that people, you all know what we're talking about?
Okay.
Jim?
I would like to, I don't know whether it's appointed or assigned, but I would like to be assigned one of them tonight that I know that I want, so I can go to their advisory board meeting and be accepted, and that would be the senior center representative. I'm ready to take that one on now. I did ask for a list of who was the chairs, because I know it, you can go into our website and see it, but I don't know if those were all up to date. So, but I know nobody is the representative to the senior board, and I would like to be put on tonight, so I can go to the advisory board next Tuesday and be, let them know.
Have you verified that it is happening next Tuesday? Because yesterday was the second Tuesday of the month. This says it meets on the second Tuesday of every other month.
I went down, I went down and they said, oh no, we changed it. And see, this is one thing I can get on their email so I don't go down again and find out, no, they moved it a week ahead. I went down yesterday to attend it and showed up at 1:30 and there was nobody there, and I went to talk to Amy and she says, oh, we've changed that to the following week, and I said, okay, nobody told me, so. So.
All right. Everybody happy appointing Jim to the Senior Center Advisory Council? Carrie?
So before we do that, can we get really clear about what the role is that the city council member plays on that committee? Because when I first started, it was a little unclear to me whether I was actually a member of the committee or if I was just like a council liaison. And the committees that I'm currently on settled clearly on, we're not a member of the committee, so we don't vote on things, and but I would like that to be spelled out really clearly.
I was the one for years, and the way I got to be a voting one is I got on the advisory committee, and I got elected to that. So right now, I'm not elected to the advisory committee, so I would have no vote. I would just be there to listen, have them tell me what I might want to bring to the council, or ask me questions about how the council feels about something. You're just there basically to listen. You're a direct connection to them, so that if they want to say something to the council, I can hear it and bring it to us or something like that. But I was told I would have no vote.
And Bill, do you have any historical information on this?
off the top of my head, I can't remember specifically with the senior center, but I think to Carrie's point, every committee is a little different. You know, when the council forms a committee, sometimes you choose to put council members, like the housing committee, council members are voting representatives on the housing committee. That was your choice. Groups like, you know, whether it's the rec board or the senior center advisor, you know, they might have their own operating rules or whatever. And I think in that case, then the council is a, you know, that said, most of these are city committees, and I don't, you know, if the council really wanted to review those rules and say we want to have a voting member, you probably could, but I think sometimes it's probably best not to upset the apple cart.
I would just be a liaison at this point. But they don't have one, and I'd like to give them one.
Thanks, Jim. Carrie, do you have anything to add or follow up, or any thoughts based on your experiences?
I think it would be helpful in deciding what committees we want to be on to know whether that meant actually being a member of the committee or just being a liaison.
Okay. Sal?
It's been more important lately because of the difficulty sometimes in assembling a quorum for the committee. And so if we're not sure whether we're a voting member or not, which happens, it affects the business we can do at the meeting.
Any other member of the council have any thoughts before Palin and then Ben?
You wanna talk? So, I initiated youth committee, and I prefer in that committee, city council representative with having no vote. So because of the age difference, the committee members might feel that, oh, we have to just follow the city councilor's lead, which is not the aim of that committee. But other committees, they have like specific issues with the quorum or anything, as Kara was saying, yeah, each committee should decide based on their needs, and it will be great to have that information next to each committee, then we can decide based on that.
And to that point about the quorum, in fact, I recall in the last year, some committees coming to us and saying, reduce the number of members on the committee because we haven't been able to get a quorum, and so, Ben.
Yeah, I would just ask that there be like written, consistent guidance around the committees, right? And like, I think they can operate differently, right? But it just needs to be transparent and clear. Like this committee, the counselor doesn't have a vote, this one they do. And, you know, I think that just needs to be memorialized. I don't think we're going to hash this all out right now. I have no problem with Jim serving as the senior liaison, but I would ask that if we do have a retreat, which I'm excited to hear more about what that looks like, this does seem like a kind of thing that we should discuss and really try to come up with a consistent procedure that does really inform our work of what kind of committee we want to serve on and what our role is.
I'll just weigh in here too, you know, so here I'm wading into your policy, but there was discussion during the budget about having too many committees too. So something to think about whether you want, it's really your call, whether you want to think about going through and decide combining some or are they still necessary? Again, I'm not advocating one way or the other, but so that's really your feeling.
Sure, because I think that we have become more and more conscious of the city's obligations under the public meetings law. And so in part, what that means is that every committee we establish has to be staffed by someone who works for the city, who's going to take charge of doing the warnings, doing the minutes, and things like that. Peter.
This is a great opportunity to try out Bill's analogy. Why don't you instruct the city manager to come back with a list of recommendations of committees combining, et cetera, and which ones have the staff poll each of the committees that exist. Do you want the city council person to be a voting member or not? There's some committees where you guys already decided, like the housing committee, that you wanted the housing committee person to be a member, and come back to you to have something to vote on. Because otherwise, you're just going to go back and forth, talking about it, so forth. It's his job. I mean, if you tell him to, he'll implement. So I recommend you tell him to.
Thanks, Peter. That is something we often will do, task the city staff with coming to us with the recommendation. And the thought I have about that is that it's fine. It means we won't be doing it for the next meeting, I'm sure, because hearing from the committees in 2 weeks is pretty unlikely. Palin, you were about to say something, I think.
No, I would just say that I think we already said, right? We said we discussed about combining some of them, so why won't we decide after that this list is a final one? So do we need you said 2 weeks is too short?
Well, I think so. You know, if the city staff is going to contact all the committees, not every committee even meets every month, but it'll take some time to hear back from the committees on what they think makes sense for them. Carrie.
Yeah, so I feel like I read somewhere, maybe in the city manager's report or somewhere, that this is something that's kind of on the radar of staff already, to be thinking about committees and coming up with a recommendation. So I think you're already working on this. Is that, or at least you have it kind of on your
We heard you say
list.
that. So
Okay.
I'm waiting to see if
Yeah.
you still want, that was the prior group.
Right. So I don't want to send the city manager back to poll all of the committees and do this whole giant process. I don't think we have time for that, and I don't think it's necessary. But I would like us to have a conversation about what committees we want to keep, and recognizing the staffing shortages that we're coming up against. So I do think that's an important topic for us to do at a city council meeting.
Bill.
I think we're making this harder than it has to be. Let me just give you some history. I used to sit on 7 to 9 committees a year. I'm sure Bill will back me up on that. I used to create some committees and make myself the chair, because I said, gee, I talked to the council, and they'd say, gee, I think we ought to have a committee for this. And I'd say, I'll take it on if you want, and I'll be the chair. Every committee I sat on, nobody had a problem with who voted. Whether if you were there and you were given your time, and it's not something that anybody has to do, but you were given your time. I never sat on a committee and said to somebody who was part of it, you can't vote. And I never heard anybody say that the councilor shouldn't vote. The senior sitter is different because it's an advisory committee, and you're just sitting there kind of as a guest. And some will if a committee tells you that, then that's how you go. But the average committee under us, everybody voted who was there, whether they were a city councilor or not, but your vote didn't count any more than anybody else's. And so I think we're kind of making this harder than it has to be. I can tell you why. Way back, we had an incident with a committee that ran amok. And they got money and did something. You maybe remember this, out front of City Hall. They had something done, and the townspeople hated it, and we on the council didn't even know it was being done. Cost us $44,000 to fix it. And at that point, I said, maybe we need a counselor on every committee so we can make sure they're kind of doing what we would like and not doing something on their own, because they raised money on their own, went and did something. And most of you don't know this, but in front of City Hall, where you see those nice little squares, they ever fall off, you'll see a business advertised there. And people came in and were like, what are you doing advertising businesses in front of City Hall? We had to come up with a solution, and we were told, oh, put those little squares on, it looks like it'll be part of the original thing, but someday they'll fall off and somebody go, oh, there's writing under here. So that's where it all kind of came, just to give you a history of why counselors ended up on every committee. But if we have a staff, that's just as well.
Thanks, Jim. Palin?
I can volunteer to work with Bill and Kelly next week and just like come up with some idea, and I'm okay to reach out to chairs of the committees, even if they don't meet in 2 weeks or in a month. If it is okay with everyone, just like, I think we can, if 3 of us work together, it will be done quickly.
And Sal?
Well, no, I was just going to say that I would be happy to, certainly the committees that I meet with, to, pose the question. I think the important thing we need to do tonight or soon is fill the slots for the committees that are empty. Even if that's, a temporary assignment.
Steve?
I'll be very brief. I want to remind you that I have advised for the last year or more that you combine the housing, whether they like it or not, and the homelessness task force, because the homelessness task force has accomplished zip in 5 years. And we can't afford this many committees. It basically waters down the effectiveness and the expectation of effectiveness of all the committees. So direct staff to come back with scenarios where you do and don't combine in case, but Sal's going to have to pull the homelessness task force right now. They've got a chair resigning or a co-chair resigning, and it might be an opportune time. But shelter is shelter, whether it's permanent shelter or temporary shelter. And I would encourage you to get a more effective group there working on that.
Thanks, Steve. So here we are, Palin, I appreciate your volunteering to do that. Do you need anything from us other than saying, Bill, if you can work with Palin and Kelly and come up with a suggestion? I don't think we necessarily, I agree, I don't think we need to poll all the committees. And Bill and I will figure out whether it needs to be on.
What would you like to have for the next meeting?
I think Carrie's. Go
Sure.
ahead, Carrie.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion. Let's try this.
Let's do that.
I move that city staff work in collaboration with city councilors to identify the committees that, sorry, John. To identify which committees have a city councilor as a voting member and which have a city councilor as just a liaison to the council. And as well as to develop a recommendation for a committee structure that meets our expected staffing capacity and council goals.
Is there a second?
Does that make sense?
I'll second.
Any further discussion?
Just maybe a suggestion that maybe too much in the weeds, but I think developing a kind of rubric or matrix that has consistency, that we can really get a matrix of all the different elements of the community, so that we can look at help.
You're not asking if that should be part of the motion, you're just saying if that's a suggestion, something for them to be thinking about. All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Anyone opposed? All right. Thank you. Now, next up, we have a couple of appointments. We have requests or applications by Holly Fowler and Scott Richardson to be appointed to the Complete Streets Committee. And are either Holly or Scott here, either personally or online? Looks like not. Okay. And these are, Holly is, are they both reappointments? Yes. Okay.
I'll move the reappointments.
Of both of them?
Yep.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Ben, did you have a question you wanted to make?
I think I would like to see on these just a little bit more information about, the skill sets or why the person is interested in serving. For example, on Holly's, what talent, skills, education, credentials, and experiences would you bring to this board committee? Collecting keychains is the answer. And I believe lives in Bellows Falls, which, I think I could see a role for outside the community expertise being on a committee, but I don't know. I think I wish there was just a little bit more robust information to make an evaluation on about. I think it's wonderful that somebody wants to serve, and we should encourage that, but I think a little bit more information about their qualifications and interests would be warranted.
All right, so do you want to put this to a future meeting? Give her, you want to lay this motion on the table to take it up in the future, or is it more a consideration of what we should expect for future appointments?
Yeah, I think it's something that we should think about as a council when we're making these kinds of appointments. What is our level of expectation for the information that people's going to provide us with? And then I think, individual councilors can make a decision on their own about whether or not they want to appoint the person.
Yeah, and I can tell you that over the years, things have changed considerably. It used to be, when I was going through years of being appointed to be a member of the Montpelier Housing Authority, it was pretty much an expectation that people who had nominations or appointments before the council would come to the council meeting. And not everybody, and now, just in the time that I've been on the council, it's been from sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't, to now it's pretty rare that it happens. And we can certainly let people know, if we want to have that an expectation, let people know that it's an expectation. We have a motion before the council now. Or is there any further discussion of the motion? And are you ready to vote on the motion? The motion is to appoint, Sal, sorry, I didn't see you.
Well, I also noticed the keychain remark. I mean, I wondered if it was a mistake, or, I mean, it doesn't seem like the person is taking the application serious. Is it a legitimate application?
It's a reappointment.
It is a reappointment.
So that people were already on the committee, so probably we have their previous application too. So that's why I seconded, because it's a reappointment. They have been already working on that committee and doing a hard job.
Jim?
I would ask, do we have a number of committees that are dying to get people to come on? I mean, back in the past, if we had somebody that wanted to do it, we were like, thank you, come on board. And if they were unruly or something, then we could say, maybe you're just not working out. But I always remember, a lot of committees saying, can you advertise to get more people? And I think I've seen that. Is that right, Evelyn? I think I've seen you sending out things, looking for people. So sometimes I think we should be happy that people want to do it, because, the pay ain't great, and they're giving their time. So I don't have problems if somebody wants to get on any committee, because I think in my past, we were always seeming to look for people to be on committees.
At this point, in recent years, some of the time we've gone into executive session to consider nominations for boards. If we're going to discuss the qualifications of particular people, I'm going to suggest that someone make a motion to go into executive session to consider the appointment of a public official.
I would say I don't feel the need to further discuss it personally. I would say I would like to just think about this within the context of our larger conversation about committees. And, I think, I agree, Jim, that, it's a struggle sometimes to find people to serve on committees, but I think that might be symptomatic too of the ways in which the committees operate and the authority that they have. So anyway, I just think it's a larger conversation, and I would hope that we could encourage people to serve, and I appreciate these people stepping forward. But also, it'd be great to have enough information to really evaluate their qualifications.
Okay, but that said, you're ready to vote on this motion the way it is now. Is everybody else ready to vote on this motion the way it is now? All right. If so, all those in favor of the motion, which is to appoint both candidates, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
All right, and because we have a remote member, we'll do a roll call. Adrian?
Yes.
Carrie?
Yes.
Sal?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Palin?
Yes.
Ben?
No.
Okay, thank you. The motion carries. Ordinarily, we would take our break at 8:30 because I expect that the next two items will go beyond, may go significantly beyond 8:30. I'm going to say we can take our 10-minute break now and come back at 8:26. Call us back to order. Yeah. All right, we are up to item number 12 on our agenda. Work plan to advance the Country Club Road project. You have the floor.
Thank you. I am Mike Miller. I am the planning director for the city of Montpelier, and
Josh Strome.
Josh is community and economic development specialist.
And folks in the room, are you hearing well enough, or should they pull the mic? Okay, good, thank you.
I'm going to share my screen so I can give. Always want to say I want to have a quick presentation. This one will be a little bit long. There we go. All right, so I'm here to talk with you tonight about advancing the Country Club Road project. And so what I'm going to go over a couple things tonight. I want to first discuss the right ways. So I'm going to take a step back. Some of you have heard this presentation before. Some of you haven't. So I did want to just take an opportunity to talk about the right ways for municipalities to do projects in general. Like this plan, prepare, implement. Talk about how we got here, where we are. Talk about where we are with the Country Club Road process and what's next, where we go from here. And hopefully vote the plan approved. That would be the best outcome that we would recommend. So projects in general, how do we take a vacant lot and turn it into a new building, develop a property? You don't just grab shovels, you don't just grab hammers. There's a process to use in order to avoid delays. And it's different for us in government because we are public and we need public support. We rely on grants and public funding. So sometimes there's a confusion. People compare our projects to how private projects are developed, and they really run a little bit different because we need to get public support. So we need that public buy-in, and that public buy-in we need early in the process so we can efficiently move a project forward. So the steps, and this is going to sound really painfully simple, we try to break projects into 3 big pieces. We've got the prepare steps, we got the plan steps, the prepare steps, and the implement steps. And how long each step takes depends on the specifics of the project. So I've been doing this for 25 years, been doing a lot of different projects, and most of my biggest projects happened while I worked for Berry City. This was a 5-year period, about 2008 to 2014. And so a lot of that taught me that where I saw projects that had problems usually were projects that got ahead of themselves. So you might go through and say, we want to do a project, we'll get funding to build the project, and then we'll start going back and planning for the project. And that's out of order. Or people will go and start moving things forward, and then they'll have the public input at the end. Well, then the public says we should have done something different, and you end up not getting things in the correct order, or missing out on opportunities, because if you have good plans in place to start, those plans, those graphically rich documents help you get grants. So by taking that first step and doing that planning step, it really helps those next preparation steps and then the implementation steps. And I'll go a little bit through those steps. So yeah, I'll go back and just go quickly through the 3 steps. So in the planning step is really where we want to talk to the public and get a lot of input on what our goals are, what are our objectives with this particular project. And then usually goes to a decision maker where they're going to go and approve that idea and say, that's what we're going to move forward with. And then kind of a little bit in going back to Bill's analogy with the airplane and these other things, there's a place where there's a lot of public input, and then it gradually gets reduced as we move the project implementation. And that's because as the project moves forward, more of it just has to go to staff and to consultants and everybody else to get a project over the finish line. So if you've got good input at the front, we can then make a decision that says, this is the path we want to take. We want to build X. Then we can move to the prepare stage where maybe we're buying the property, maybe we're preparing the blueprints, maybe we're getting funding. And then eventually we get to the implementation phase, which could be the fastest phase or could be the slowest phase, just depends what the project is, where you actually get shovels in the ground. But at that point, we don't have the public telling us how to put the water main in. By that point, it's just the staff doing the work. So there's a specific process, and as I said, it sounds intuitive, but if you're ever working on a project or see a project that is kind of having a lot of difficulties, if you go back and think about this, you'd probably find they got ahead of themselves in the process and didn't properly have their planning done first, or tried to move immediately to implementation without good preparation steps. So planning for Country Club Road, the objectives here, it was to develop a plan through the public process for council to consider. The plan would be graphically rich and include preliminary site assessments to determine if ideas are feasible and what issues may exist to implementation. We did this process. We purchased the property. We approved the property in March 22. We purchased it in July of 22, and we started the process of doing a planning step. We had this presentation, and then we decided to put some money together. We hired White and Burke and VHB to do the process, and they came up with a plan. That plan was completed in June of 2023, less than 2 weeks before the flood, which we will get to. So it had 2 pieces, one of which was to do a site assessment. So we're talking to the public, what would you like to see? And there were, Josh can answer a lot of the questions if you've got specifics about that public process, but it was a very involved public process, had many meetings, site walks, and a lot of what they were doing was taking ideas and then looking at what the site could support and trying to bring those together. So we were trying to make sure that, for example, people just weren't coming up with ideas to present to you that really weren't feasible. The idea was, we've got a site assessment, we know what the barriers are, what the hurdles would be to implementation, and then presented options that were all viable. And the recommended option that came out was what we call Concept A. So Concept A was the largest build out. It included maybe up to 5 stories of multifamily in the lower area. If you're familiar with Country Club Road, maybe I should familiarize people at the site here. Route 2 would be at the bottom of the screen. Agway, if you go across from Agway, you've got the John Deere dealer. If you were to go up past that road, you come to Country Club Road, the building, and that is within that recreation and community zone. So this area, the housing is to the left and up on the hill along the top where the fairways are. So the proposal that came out with the public input was to have larger buildings, 3 to 5 stories in the lower area, perhaps as much as 196 housing units in that small area over there, and then smaller, they call them townhomes that go along the top, maybe up to 100 townhomes along the top. Now, this is just a concept plan. That's not the exact location of buildings. We haven't designed them, but what we need as staff to move forward is to know this is the concept that we're looking for. Large buildings clustered in these lower areas of the field with smaller buildings along the top of the hill. We have already rezoned this, which we will get into to match this. But the specific exact location of the roads hasn't been determined, or the buildings, but we need to understand the concepts for us to move into the next steps that we need to get done in the preparation, because we've got to start determining water line sizes. And so 300 single-family homes would have a different utility and road demand than a building that had perhaps 4 or 5 stories. So this is the concept A that the public came up with, and it was in the recommendation, and that was what was recommended to the council in June of 2023. And the council at that time wasn't prepared to adopt it, but they voted to accept the document. And so what happened after that? So what happened after that is we had the big flood 2 weeks later, less than 2 weeks later. And that really sidetracked us. The planning office was displaced. We lost almost everything, all of our files, all of our computers, all of our phones, because we were in the basement of City Hall. When we got back on our feet, most of our efforts were focused on helping the flood victims. And eventually, Josh spent a lot of his time working with FEMA, because FEMA was looking for a location. The best location they had for temporary housing trailers was at Country Club Road. We had a long process working through that. We signed a contract which guaranteed at least 1 year payments. That was because we had an opportunity cost loss. We could be advancing our project, but we can't. We've got to put our project on hold while FEMA, work things out. That's why there was that contract guarantee. And it worked out in our favor, because a couple of weeks later, after signing the contract, they actually changed their mind and decided not to move forward. So we ended up with the $514,000. Council held that money for possible elevation, so we didn't have that to advance the due diligence, but the city did get that money. We then had a meeting last February, so we're now in February 2024, and council determined the overall process. How were we going to go about this? Which is the decision to go through and prepare the site, get utilities up to the site, get the growth center, get the TIF district, and get Act 250 exemption before putting out an RFP to identify a developer. Our consultant, White and Burke, felt that was the best way to get the most number of developers who would be interested in the project, because that gives the most advantages for them. But we did go through, we made the zoning changes. We applied for growth center designation. That was approved and then revoked. We did get Act 250 exemptions. That came through, but it's only partial. And later in 2025, council authorized $150,000 to move forward on due diligence, and we continue to explore grant opportunities and partnerships. So we took that $150,000 and we spent $110,000 of it on VHB. So we have a contract right now that we are working on with VHB. They're an engineering firm, and they're working on the roads and the utilities. So what's it going to take? And those are getting all the way up to like 90% design. So this is really moving a project to shovel ready, which is what you need when you go to implementation grants. The federal and state government want to see shovel ready projects. They don't want to give money out and then have a project sit around and wait. This project will be shovel ready in not too long.
So, Mike,
Yes.
well, you're talking about roads and utility designs. Does that mean that the design that we get that comes back will actually have lines on the map showing where the road's going to be, where the water and sewer lines are going to be? Is it that level of detail?
This is getting utilities to the site. So this won't tell us where the roads are on the site. Currently, the water and sewer that goes to the Country Club Road aren't sufficient to support the development. So this will take water and sewer from the roundabout. So we need a new pump station at the roundabout. We got to get utilities under the river. Then we've got to get them down Route 2, make the turn, go under the railroad tracks and up Country Club Road with the utilities. Plus, we have to reconstruct the Country Club Road itself, add in a continuation of the bike path up that side. So there will be, the bike path will have a spur that goes up Country Club Road out to the site. And everything goes out just past the existing building. And that would be the extent of what this project is looking at.
Thanks.
We're also applying for the Northern Borders Grant. That will help pay for this infrastructure project. So we have 2 grants that we're currently looking at for paying for this infrastructure. I did want to point out, as we were working on this application, it's important that you guys understand they reached out to us, the staff, to go through and say that they had concerns about a leadership vacuum as a result of Bill's termination. And they felt that this could jeopardize or negatively impact our ability to get funded. So what we want to go and say is having a seamless process is important for people outside of, just us in the room. People watch this, so if we've got a nice smooth process that gets us to an acting city manager and onto a full process where it's a smooth process, that making that look like there's no leadership issues is going to be important for grants, because apparently people have noticed. So I just wanted to point that out. So applying for the build grant, we've applied for that. That's another grant. It's formally called a RAISE grant. So we've got that application in. This is one that confuses people a little bit, because this is planning for the road connection that actually goes across the Sabins pasture. People are like, why are we already applying for that? It's because federal grants, like these federal DOT grants, like RAISE grants, build grants, they're very, very slow. So this is a grant that Killington recently got. We're working with the people that wrote that grant to help write our grant. So we're trying to get in some expertise to help out, to get ourselves in a good position to get that funding. But if we got that funding, it wouldn't happen till later. Then ours is a planning grant, which would then help us lay out where that road would be, what it would connect to, how it would be connected, get all of the blueprints done, and then we could move forward with implementing that. But of course, by the time we're getting to that, that's 2-3 years down the road. So because federal money is so slow to roll out, to get grant agreements, just to let you know, we have that grant out. It'll be a while before it actually bears fruit. Hopefully that comes through, because that would help pay. We'll get to it a little bit later. We're counting on TIF to help build these roads and sewers and water. We can get federal grants. That means we're less reliant on the TIF or have more flexibility. DPW is working on the pump station right now. We've got a brownfields project. CVRPC has been working to coordinate that. So we've got, I believe, phase 2 done. We're applying for Growth Center again, and we need that designation to allow for TIF, tax increment financing. It's a state program that allows you to use future tax revenues to pay for infrastructure that is needed for a project. So if you're going to build $100 million in housing and you need $18 million in infrastructure, we can take out a bond and pay X a year. And if that new $100 million of housing generates enough revenues, that's what they look at, is that's going to generate tax revenues. We use that tax revenues to pay the bond. So the water and sewer and roads they need is paid for by the development itself, not anybody else in the town. But there are risks to it, and we will go through those and make sure everybody is aware of how the specific system. But it's a system that is checked and double checked, because we've got to hire people to write it. It goes to the state. They have a third party that also reviews it. So, but we'll get to the tips when we get there. But first things first, city plan. We need the city plan to get the growth center. We need the growth center to get the TIF. So we've got these train cars lined up right now for this year. We will be on the consent agenda in 2 weeks for the municipal planning grant application for the TIF. So it does cost something. We do have money in, cost about $50,000, $60,000 to put together a TIF application. We have the remaining $40,000 from that $150,000, but if we put in a grant, we can offset some of those costs and maybe save some of that money. We are also applying for other grants to pay for utilities, including DR, which is disaster recovery funds. We expect the county to get the lion's share of disaster recovery funds. Every time there's a disaster, a certain amount of money comes back to the state, which gets issued to municipalities. And so we are lined up to try to get funding from disaster recovery to help fund, because Country Club Road is a response to the disaster. So that's why we are able to tap those funds. And we are continuing our conversations with Savings. We've never really stopped. It's always been a continuous process to make sure we are all working on the same page. So you'll sometimes hear about if you look through the Country Club actionable plan, you'll see starting on page 25, a set of next steps that were in there. I just wanted to go through some of them we are doing, some of them are set for the future. So the recreation community zone, that working group, they actually came in the meeting before, I believe, in February, to talk about what were the plans for the recreation zone. So that's still out there, but that working group continues to advance the working zone, the community and recreation zone project. The plan also lays out an Abenaki working group. I'm going to recommend to council that we spin this out of the Country Club Road. This has been something that was really pushed by our consultants quite a bit, and it was really, in a lot of ways, for this site, trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. It just, their needs and interests were not matching up, and it was, the logic wasn't there, and it seemed like things were just, they wanted a space that they could have for celebrations and a larger space, and to give up a large area for housing outside of the floodplain just didn't seem like we were going to be reaching any common ground. But at the same time, we also are looking at potentially getting the Home Farm Way property coming up soon, which is the location of the first white settlement. It's a 15-acre open acre site. I think, in my opinion, that would be a good place for us to have a conversation about an Abenaki working group, because I think there's a story to tell there, where that is the first place where Europeans first settled, and that was the first place where the traditional hunting grounds were first lost. So I think there's a story to tell there. There is no story at the Country Club Road. It's an old golf course. The only archaeological pieces up there are the remnants of old farms of white families. So there's no story to tell, and it would be good to have a site where there's a story to tell. I'm not the person to tell that story, but I can see at Home Farm Way, there's a story to tell. We just need the person who can put that story together, that can put that storyboard together to say, this is an important place. This is where that transition happened. And it's also an open field where if there were going to be celebrations. There are opportunities there to have those types of things. But that's just a long way of saying, I don't think the Abenaki working group needs to be a CCR working group. I think it's something we could move to a different venue to have that conversation. And we've had exploratory conversations with potential development partners. We have continued to do this. This has sometimes been kind of misrepresented, that we're somehow trying to do something underhanded by talking to developers we're basically following through on what was in the working group. We've had conversations with developers because we want to make sure that what we're doing is going to provide a product that our developing partners can take advantage of. So we have talked to Downstreet, we have talked to Evernorth, we've talked to builders, private builders, just to understand their needs and what they would be looking for and how can we best provide for them when we have an RFP process. The 10.3 is planning. So the rezoning, that's done. The growth center designation, that's we're working on. The TIF, we just mentioned we're working on. And the third step for that is to have parks planning for trails, conservation, and forest lands. And those will come in the future. Alec knows about these. He's got trail locations. We would be building those trail locations into our final plans when we get there. And then in that 10.4, they also outline a number of different steps and analyses: the housing needs assessment, further site assessment, permit assessment. So the housing need assessment, I don't think it was, if you read how it's worded, it's kind of like you should or you could do it. Most of what we know of the housing needs is based on the state surveys, which says Washington County needs 3,000 to 5,000 housing units. We need just about everything. So to spend additional resources on housing needs assessment to tell us we need everything, and our developers don't need it, they're going to do their own housing needs assessment. They have to do their own housing needs assessment.
Mike, I think we have a question.
I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt your flow, but I did have some questions about the housing needs assessment, if you don't mind. Or I can wait.
Do you want me to finish, or do you want me to take them now?
Where are we? It looks like we're close to the end of.
I'm happy to wait and come back.
Okay, I'll wrap it up real quick, and then we can get to questions. So the housing needs assessment may or may not need to be done. Further site analysis. Most of what we heard from developers is they're going to do most of their work. So if we do soil borings, they're going to redo them. Their engineers aren't going to trust somebody else's work because they've got to put their stamp on it. So a lot of the on-site analysis, most of the recommendations we've heard, we don't need to do, but we do need to get all the work that we are doing off-site. The permit assessment, the primary piece of the permit assessment really comes down to, you saw with the first picture of the natural resource inventory, there are a lot of streams and water setbacks, so we're going to have to get some permits for those. But the big one was that lower area was the lower portion of Country Club Road is prime ag soils. That's a significant hurdle for Act 250. So that's why there's a lot of conversation about doing a lot of this to get out of Act 250. It's not because we don't care about the environment. This is an old golf course. A lot of the greens are contaminated with brownfield. We've got brownfield remediations on them. This is never going to be a farm, isn't going to be a farm. And so the avoiding Act 250 helps us just to be able to advance this project that much faster without spending a lot of time having to deal with the additional regulatory hurdle. So that's why there's this, that's most of the permit assessment is looking at how do we get out of Act 250, and there's a lot of ways for us to avoid Act 250 legally and legitimately. That's why Act 181 has a new process for Act 250 rules. And so we will be trying to take advantage of those, and we're setting ourselves up for them. Archaeological assessments you won't do until we know where we're going to dig. So that's a later on project. Mobility working group, same thing. Until we know what's going in, the mobility working group doesn't make sense to start with. Is it senior housing where there's going to be one type of mobility assessment? Is it young professionals that are up there? Is it Is it commercial? Is it, what is up there? Does it end up being a loop road? Does it end up being 100 housing units? Does it end up being 500 housing units? What gets developed, how it gets developed is going to determine what public transportation and active mobility, like bike paths and everything, we're going to need up there. But that gets worked in as we're working through the project, and it isn't something we need to work on now. The rail crossing is basically being addressed right now with the contract we have. We'll have a subdivision assessment if it looks like we need to subdivide. I think we probably would, but that's to be determined. And then we also have issues like the secondary access, conversations with the butters, which we're already doing in the environmental assessment, which I said we have already completed. The future steps, as I said, those are all of those preparation steps. So we did our planning step. We got a conceptual plan. Those are all those preparation steps we need to do to get ourselves to the point where we can go and stick a shovel in the ground and start developing. In order to do that, we do an RFP, request for proposals for private developers. Hopefully we get a number of developers, and then you, the council, will get to go and look through and review what the various proposals are. So we're not really coming out and saying, this is what you have to build, who's going to build our project. We're really coming out with, we expect, and you will set the parameters for whatever RFP we have. We expect this mix of housing, these types of amenities, and we would build those into an RFP, put the RFP out, and then see what the developers come back with, and then choose the one that you guys best think fits into that site. It'll likely be built in phases because we're talking about the lower area, we got the upper area, we got the road that goes across. So we're really looking at least 3 phases. And a lot of that comes down to the funding, which we will get to in a later time. Again, TIF funding. We need to get increment in, we got to get revenue in, so we've got revenue so we can build the next phase. So that's kind of let's get something in the lower area, that will generate revenue, that will go into the pot, which we can then use to build the next roads, and then that will generate revenue, which will let us build the next set of roads. Housing development will be probably like nonprofit and for-profit developers. Recreation facilities would be developed by the city. That's been running on a separate track, and that'll be up to you to decide what mix, what timing that would move forward. And again, as I mentioned, examining connections to neighboring properties like Sabins Pasture. We've also talked to connecting to East State or up to Town Hill if it's possible. We don't know. Those will all be future issues. Right now, the focus is on getting the utilities to the site. We want to get the utilities to the site. We want to get our growth center and TIF, and we want to get the Act 250 exemption. So those are the 3 big things that we're working through in 2025. So that way, next year at this time, we are in a position to say, we've got a developer here. If everything is great, we could put on town meeting optimistic. And Stephanie will tell me I'm wrong, but I'll say it anyways. If we don't try, it won't happen. To get the TIF vote next year at town meeting day. So that way we're staying on a schedule that helps push it forward. They're talking maybe later, but if we shoot for March and we don't get it till November, then we don't get it till November. But I'd rather think with an optimistic schedule, push for an optimistic schedule. So if we can get all these steps done, we might be in a position next year to get our developer on board. And then hopefully the following year, so we're in 25, that would be 26 and 27, we're watching groundbreaking. And we've got things going. So that is my schedule, my hope. What I'm asking for tonight is we need a motion to approve the Country Club Road actionable plan and to advance the preferred alternative concept A. And the reason for this is we need this for grants. We need this for direction. We need this as approved. Right now, people who've opposed this project are pointing out to funders and to others that this is not an approved plan and therefore it's not valid for going for grants. So we need to put that to bed. And so my request is that we take that off as a barrier and that we approve this plan, we approve concept A, knowing that it's going to change. That's not exactly what's getting built, but it's a concept of large buildings in the lower area with the smaller buildings on the upper area. And that as the project progresses, we're going to get more information and be able to make decisions iteratively as we get, in particular, when we do an RFP process, you're going to get very specific information from a developer saying how they would, what their product looks like, what their multifamily product would look like. So,
Thanks, Mike. And before we move to council questions, I know there are going to be some, but you said what you want the council to do to clarify some of the things you're not asking the council to do. We already own the property, so you're not asking us to do that. We already last year committed a bunch of money, and at this point, you're not asking us to commit any further funds. And you're not asking us to say that what we're building is going to look like the pictures in that plan. Is that a fair statement?
yes, we're just looking to approve concept A, which is not a site plan with designs.
Thanks. Ben, you got your hand up first, so.
Well, no, I mean, I think in the grand scheme of the conversation, this is minor, but I would just say, like, I would really encourage us to do an actual housing needs assessment for Montpelier. You know, I know that there's one that's been done regionally, but I feel like if we just wait for the developer to do their own individual housing needs assessment, it'll be really, I worry that it could be myopically focused on this project, when in fact, I think we really need to do an assessment of the entire community and really understand on a granular level what kinds of housing, what income levels, all those kinds of things, so we can really make informed decisions about what we want in an RFP for developers, not just on this site, but on potential other sites, whether it's infill development closer to downtown. It just feels like a tool that a municipality like ours really needs to make informed decisions around housing. So I would just really encourage us to do that. And again, I know there's been some done, but I'm talking about the ones that, like the format that VHFA recommends and that level of detail. Thanks.
Thanks. Carrie.
Yeah, thank you for this. And I want you to be able to get grants, and I want us to be able to move forward with this project. And I'm still kind of struggling with what a concept plan is as opposed to an actual plan. I'm also kind of struggling with what it means for us to approve this whole actionable plan that has very specific steps laid out in it, but you are already planning not to do some of those steps, which sounds reasonable. But so if we approve it, then it seems like we're saying we think all of these things should be done. But that's not exactly what you're asking us for. And then when I look at the RFP development section, there's a whole lot of factors in here that we might consider, including like mixed income, including mixed housing types, including retail and stuff that's not in that drawing, that concept A drawing. And I'm also wondering about what changes how we might look at this differently, given that we've had a major flood and that a bunch of time. Sorry, my mic is doing weird things. So the concept A doesn't have any single family homes. And
correct.
Yeah.
That was a statement made by the public during the process. They felt they did not want, now again,
yeah,
what is in the plan is what the public, through the consultant, working with the consultant, came out and is advising you. You can obviously change that and make a different decision. You could say, approve concept A with these changes or something to that effect. It was their recommendation to go with that.
right. And I think that there were some judgment calls made in analyzing the public feedback, and that we may, I would prefer to see the ability, I would like us to keep the flexibility to have more of a mix of housing types there. But I understand you need to be able to build the infrastructure. And so what you said a minute ago was concept A is larger buildings at the bottom, smaller buildings in the back. That that sounds like a reasonable concept that we could move forward with, and then we can discuss more about how are some of those single-family homes or not. But that, I don't know that that's what this actually says, and so I don't want us to get in a position where we've approved this plan, and then we're kind of locked in to something, or the perception is that we're locked in to something. So I guess I'm wanting to know what's the very minimum that you need to be able to move forward.
So, yeah, I don't know from the grant standpoint, what we're trying to be able to do, the strength of doing that 9-month project that we did to come up with the plans and come up with the designs is that the ability to use the pretty pictures, the graphic rich design, that is a huge strength to be able to go and get grant funding. It makes a huge difference to be able to put in concept A and show this is what we're looking to do, understanding that it's a concept. Not being able to put in anything just to go through and say, City Council support the Country Club Road process moving forward with big buildings in the bottom, but we can't use any of the diagrams because we don't have an approved concept plan. It does make things harder. It doesn't make it impossible, but having some approval is vital. We have to have some approval that says this is what council approves us to move forward on. Obviously, having the concept, the picture helps us to be able to advance that easier, but if that's not the will of the council, then we will move forward with whatever approval that we can get, even if it's just more of a verbal, the council supports this, this, and this, as our goal for the Country Club Road site. And then we will take those and use that in our applications.
Jim. Full disclosure, I did not vote for the bond money. I would not have voted to purchase this if I sat on the council. I would not have purchased this for the money we did. All I'm hearing is, well, maybe this, that. I'm not hearing any guarantees of money. All I have to do is look at what's going on in Washington. There's no guarantees that any money's going to come to us. They're turning Washington upside down. The Republicans seem to cower to these two people. The Democrats are in disarray and they're impotent as a eunuch. This to me seems like kind of a fantasy product that a few people got together and said, oh, we want this, we want that. I've been through these things before. People are throwing things at you, what they want. They're not even thinking what it's going to cost. I'm not really hearing a whole lot of costs, and I don't think the costs you're giving us are going to be anywhere close to what they're going to be. I've been through these long-term products, and I'll tell you what I call them. Shifting sands with moving targets. And I'll explain that. Moving targets are the fact that it gets spread out for so many years, your prices are constantly moving targets. Shifting sands, and I'm a perfect example, is councils are constantly changing during the time, and they're coming in and questioning this. It looks to me like a money pit. I don't really know who the real players are who are going to step up. I wonder why some of the major people, and I know from way back, a lot of the major developers in town, why they didn't want to touch this property, why Steve wanted to unload it so fast. I think there's probably, it tells me that they're like kind of brokerage people. They don't like uncertainty. They don't like heavy risk. You're talking about a road to go to East State Street. This is going to be a huge lot of money in uncertain times when we don't know what we're going to get from anybody. We don't even know if we're gonna have a recession. I go into the financial pages constantly, and the market's been going down. The whispers of a recession coming are rising. I mean, we could get caught here in the middle of something and nothing moves, and you're talking 2027. And I've never found things when the city does long-term projects like this that they meet. I mean, I'm gonna talk about a couple, okay? You know, well-intentioned things. First one was Stonecutter's Way. City did a great job putting in the road. Then we waited for the buildings a bit. We didn't put, you know, we had a vision. I sat down with Valerie Caples. What's the vision for this? An extension of downtown, 4-story buildings, retail on the first, lawyers on the second, offices or housing on the third, housing on the fourth. We didn't put any teeth in it. First building went up, it was all office. I got alarmed and I said to the council, and I'm not gonna put any of this, what happened on Bill. None of this was on Bill. This was on the council I sat on. And I said, I see a precedent set here. I don't think we're gonna get our vision. I was told by one of the counselors, I'm an alarmist, that we don't need to be that strict. They know what we want. They'll do the right thing. Well, somebody take me down Stonecutter's Way and point out the housing, point out the retail, point out 4-story buildings that are what we envisioned. Nothing came to what we envisioned because councils, we didn't have to buy this property to control it. We could have controlled it through zoning with teeth. The problem is zoning without teeth means nothing. All right, I'm going to talk about another thing. This was a long one. It was started before I got on the council and wasn't even finished when I got off, and that was the transit center. It went through so many variations and cost increase, and these things are not something that, in my opinion, cities should take on. We don't have the expertise. They drag on forever. These are things that should be left to private developers to come in and do their thing. They're the experts. I just see this thing bogging down, especially if we don't get the monies that we think we're going to get, and yet we've already putting more money into it. I'm just like concerned that this is going to take years, going to cost way more than we think, and we're not going to get anything that we're hoping for. I watched this group come in the other night. Now, I'll admit it was after a council meeting when they all were burnt. They'd had the long session on Bill's thing. And I watched them make their presentation. And I'm thinking, don't they see they probably should say that we come back? And finally, one of them said, you don't seem to be very interested in what we're saying. And they left. And nothing got decided. I haven't really seen any clear stuff being decided. That road going up the hill with a roundabout down below, I mean, that's a steep road. And if we want this to be certain types of housing, really, if you really want to put housing in that knocks your tax down, you're going to have to put in $1 million homes and hope millionaires live in them. Because I'm going to ask Bill this question. Is it about 700 people that pay the full freight on the tax?
We get that, find out for you.
That's what I'm hearing. Anyway, that, you know, most people have, you know, they get the rebates or they get subsidies or something like that. And if you put in the wrong type of housing, it's not going to lower our tax rate. We're going to have to put in a lot of services up there. We're going to have to increase staff. I mean, I haven't seen a picture where this is put together that sounds like it's really feasible. I mean, it kind of sounds like it's a utopian fantasy dream right now. I've just seen too many of these. I saw the other thing was the downtown district heat. we thought we were going to draw in all these downtown buildings. Didn't turn out that way. We didn't get the revenue. Long-term things that the city does, in my opinion, don't turn out right. And it's because, like I said, moving targets, shifting sands. Now, I think where we should be doing something is Saban's pasture. It's closer to town, and I understand there was a plan developed that was ready to go, from what I heard. But I don't know what happened to it, but this just seems like a dream to me. I don't think we're going to be able to start in 2027. You're talking about, we got to have this and we got to have that to go for this, and there's no guarantee we're going to get these things, especially in this day and age. The big parts of the federal government are turned upside down. They're pulling all their funding. We're not Trump's favorite state. He's going to be there for 4 years. I just see this thing running into one obstacle after another and taking away from some of the other things we need to do in this town. And I'm not going to approve this going forward at this point. I don't know enough about it. I'd like to sit and actually hear some developers who are interested. I'd like to sit and hear this HUD people give a presentation that wasn't everybody burnt and tired. And I would like to ask them, how serious are you? What is it that you're going to pay for? What is it we're going to pay for? What are you expecting us to pay for you to put this up there? Because I don't think it's necessary that cities all have to do all the work and put all the money into it. I'm telling you from my experiences, I've seen these things happen. They don't go well and they don't turn out how you want them to turn out.
Oh, can I say something, please? Thanks, Jim. I live in District 3, so nice to meet you. And I think it's important to remember why the city purchased this. This community of 8,000 people has been 8,000 people for 45 years. We've not grown at all. Private developers haven't grown the community. State officials haven't grown the community. Somebody has to. And the municipality stood up to take that chance, to try to grow the community, to provide housing to our community that was so desperately needed. That's why we started this process.
I'm not against housing.
Jim, let him finish it, please.
And so I think that's important. We can't wait for private developers to start projects because they haven't in the last 50 years, right? Like if we're just gonna wait, we're gonna be waiting another 50 years and taxes are gonna get more expensive and we will just be this wealthy sort of small community because all of the middle-class people will have to leave because they can't afford any of the homes here. So, I mean, I think that's why I'm passionate about this. And yes, what chaos that we're seeing in DC, how it's going to affect us is an unknown. I might get hit by a bus tomorrow, but I'm still gonna wake up and try to work to better the community. And so I think, we're trying to get some direction so that we can say to funders, hey, our community believes in this, our legislative body believes in this, and here's a conceptual plan. We know it's going to change, but the goals in the actionable master plan that the community helped craft and the legislative body helped adopt provide us guidance. We want to maximize the conservation of that parcel. We want to site the massing of the taller buildings closer to the entryway because it makes it safer for all of the recreational amenities that are going to be happening out throughout the whole area. Right, we're only developing like 7 acres out of 134, right? It's a minuscule amount. So I think, I just want to say that because it has been a passionate project. I do believe that the municipality has to step up and do something because nobody else in the community was. And so,
I'd like to respond to that.
Well, I have another hand up, and I just want to make sure all council members get a chance to be heard. Thanks, Josh. Sal? And you're muted, but I'm sure that will change any second. There we go. Oh, nope.
Okay, good.
Now we're good.
Okay,
Yep.
great. Well, I came onto the council in March of '23, just before the plan was presented for approval. And I believe I was the one who wanted to take the word master out of it because I was worried that it would be taken literally. At that time, I saw it really as a feasibility study to see how housing and recreation could both be built on the site. And I went through the process of the public meetings. I was at a couple of them, and my preference, if you want to call it that, for concept A had more to do with the maximum build out than what I think is an oversimplified notion of big buildings down below and smaller buildings up above and only two building types. To me, that just doesn't make a lot of sense. I think you can interpret people's preference for not building single family homes as a preference for smaller and higher density non-attached homes, because what they probably envision with a single family home is a 2,500 square foot building on a big lot, and that they wanted to avoid. And I think we can do without a lot of that on that site. But it just seems to me that, well, I think we've misidentified the recreation area. I think we're putting big buildings, whether they're 3 stories or 5 stories, clustered together on what is the flattest area of the property doesn't make any sense to me. It's as if we were to take the green at Vermont College and put a couple of apartment buildings on it. I mean, we're taking the sort of jewel of the property and we're running a road right through the middle of it and large buildings, which could be built in different parts of the project. The kinds of concerns that Carrie was mentioning about, I mean, it requires more design and more detail, but it seems to me this has been thought about as what I would call just a subdivision, when in fact it's a neighborhood. I mean, it has to connect to the other parts of town, and I don't think we've done nearly enough planning to see how that would actually work. I'm in favor of the project. I was in favor of the purchase of the land. I was actually happy to find out that FEMA would delay it for 2 years because it would give us a chance to really, really plan it under no pressure. When that fell through, we seemed to be still headed in the direction that FEMA wanted to place their trailers. So I'm a little worried about it. I'm a little reluctant still that it's being taken literally in a very sort of simplistic way, that this is what the public wants. I don't think there's enough variety. I don't think we know enough about the housing types. Now, if it doesn't matter, if I can rely on the fact that we need something to get a growth center, which leads to a TIF and so on, but that it's not being taken literally, that works for me. But it seems to me we are getting ahead of ourselves. Did I understand you to say that we're pursuing a growth application and we're about to have a consent agenda in the next couple of meetings to get started on the TIF before we have growth center approval, and that I know we're doing a study, 90% design of the utilities, but I can't imagine that work would start before we had either of the other two in place. So I guess I need some clarification on all of those things, before I could approve it.
Thanks, Sal.
Okay, so let me respond. I'll respond to Jim, and that will help lead into a response to Sal.
I
So,
would like to respond to Josh, so.
yeah, I'll
You
just.
will have a chance to do that. Thank you.
So, remember when I made the presentation, I made the comments, there are projects that you can look at and identify that had issues. And those are the types of projects that I recognize. When I was in Berry City, just to give a little bit more of my background, if you're familiar with the construction of Berry City Place, that was my project. So I got there in 2008, left 2014, and I was there for 5 years. I came in under the Great Recession. We had a flood in 2011. And with those setbacks, we still built City Place in 3 years. Why? Two things. We came up with a plan, City Council supported the plan, pushed it forward, and they didn't change. They didn't waver from the support for that project. They said, that's our project. You're the planner, move forward, go with it. And it makes a big difference when you've got that a clear direction and a clear objective, and we moved forward and did it. We also, at the same time, the Public Works Department rebuilt. I'm always the first to say I have nothing to do with the fact that they did Main Street reconstruction. I was just a city planner when they did it. But that project was going on and occupying a lot of time of council and DPW. We also planned for and cleaned up, if anyone, old timers here who've been here long enough, remember the all fired up restaurant that all burned down? That was a dry cleaner. It was a significant polluted site. We had to purchase 7 properties and spend $3 million to clean up that site, turn it into a parking lot. And yes, it's just a parking lot, but it's a significant project. All of these were done in 3 years because we were very deliberate about plan, prepare, implement, and move these things forward. This is what I do. This is what I'm good at. If I have the direction and the support, there was a lot of discussion. It's going to take 10 years to do Country Club Road. It doesn't have to. That's why I'm pushing this the way I am. That's why I'm lining up the train cars, because this is what I do. I've been doing this for 25 years. And as long as the support and the direction is there, we can move these things forward. Now, I do recognize, and certainly Josh, more than anyone else, he's an expert grant writer. And he's juggling a lot of these crazy grants. The fact that 5 days before the RAISE grant was due, it was switched to build because they didn't want to have Biden's RAISE grant. So Trump had to change the name and the website and all the login right. But he made all the changes. So we do recognize there are going to be certain challenges. Once we get to the site, it's going to be built with TIF. Doesn't matter who our president is. Doesn't matter who's the governor. All of that doesn't matter. This is designed to be paid for by the developers themselves. And we will know when we're allowed to pull the trigger, because there's going to be different steps that have to be there. You're going to have to commit to, in the same way that we had conversations about development agreements, it's going to be identical for this. We're not paying a bond to put in stuff until we know you've got a surety bond that says you're going to build your building. And these are big buildings. So when we're looking at those big buildings in the bottom, each one might cost $30 million for them to build. 15 million would go on the grand list. When we're talking 300 housing units, we're talking $150 million of development coming into Montpelier. And up to, if it were 300 housing units, that'd be 600 more residents. And they're paying their own way to get their sewer and water brought in. The only thing we have right now that's a little bit of a hang-up is we need the help to get the utilities to the site. But the Scott administration is committed to helping get these utilities to the site. We're working on a number of grants, so we continue to do our job. What we need is good direction that says this is what we want to do, and if we're not comfortable with concept A, again, what we need is nice, clear direction, because we need to be able to move this forward so this doesn't become a long-term boondoggle. Every year that goes by is another year, all those estimates are off by another factor. So that's why, you know, even though our consultant is like, well, I don't know if we get TIF in by next March, like, it's not going to happen if I don't try. So by God, I'm going to try. The grant application that is going in 2 weeks is just a grant application. We would get approved. We'd then have to hire White and Burke. White and Burke wouldn't start working on the TIF application until this fall. There's no sense spending money on a TIF application until we've got the growth center approved. In the growth center, we're going to need a certain amount of design work in order to submit that application, which is where this is going to come in as another factor. So this kind of leads a little bit to you know, a little bit, as I said, respond to Jim. This is what I do, and I'm not trying to criticize planning directors who came before me. I'm just saying, this is what I've done. If you don't believe me, you can go to Berry City Place, and my name's on a plaque on the side of the wall. So this is the type of projects that I do, and I've got great partners in my office, and all we need to do is to know council says yes, we want to go for this. The other piece is the direction we had from last year getting to this year was really, and I'll put it on or point, a lot of it came from Tim Heaney, that the thought was we should not be involved in development at all. So most of this process you see coming up right now was intentionally not to design any housing, because our direction was pretty much leave this 100%. Get up here, get utilities, get the TIF, get the zoning, and let developers, the private sector, bring projects to us, and you, would review them and approve them. As opposed to, which was an option, that we develop more refined concept plans, and then we kind of direct, this is where we want things to go. We want these types of housing of this type of sort and this type of look. So we were operating off the previous direction. If council wants to change that direction, by all means, this is your opportunity to change the direction. All we want is to make sure that we've got clear direction, we know where we're going. If we have to build a new concept plan in the next 5 months for you guys to approve, because I'll need that for a growth center application, I would have to go and figure out how we get some financing, do a different concept plan that you guys could approve and say, that's our concept plan, understanding it still can change, and it's going to change, but we can work with that. But that's what I need to get things going, and that's what I need. If council wants this project to continue, if you don't want to do the project, please don't make us keep working. This is a lot of work. So we want to do this, we like this, and we think it can be done, and our consultants, White and Burke, think it can be done, and our engineers, VHB, say it can be done. You know, we're redesigning, we're not doing a roundabout at the bottom of Country Club. That's just a regular intersection. At worst, it'll be a traffic light. We are adjusting the grade. Part of this design, 90% design work, is to take the 14% road and reduce it to a 12% road. We're getting costs of what it would take to get it to a 10% road. Probably won't happen, but we at least would have the cost. A 10% road is really where you'd want to be. So we are looking at those, and we'll bring you that information of what it would take. And again, all of this we are trying to do, because Sarah won't give us any money anyways, is to do this without going to the taxpayers. We want to do as much as we can through these grants to get ready, and then once we're at the site, it's all TIF. And therefore, we just have to make sure the financing, financing ins and outs work. So that was a little bit, I hope that kind of answered some of Jim's concerns and some of Sal's concerns about the direction. If we want to change direction, now's the time to change direction, but we need to know what that direction is so we can help make this happen.
Okay, Jim.
All right, first of all, I'm not questioning your job and what you do and what you've done. But I'm going to tell you right now, as somebody who's lived in this area my entire life, fourth generation Montpelierite, eighth generation Vermonter. Barry and Montpelier are nothing alike. My mother was Barry, my father was Montpelier. I know the two communities well. Barry does things much different than Montpelier. Montpelier always has more resistance. Why we haven't done anything, Josh, just to let you know, and I'm going to address two things of yours. Why we haven't grown? Vermont isn't growing. Vermont is one of the, in the top 10 lists of states people don't want to go to. Do your research, take a look at it. People don't want to come to Vermont. That's why we haven't grown. I mean, it's a beautiful state and everything, but it's weather, it's lack of high-paying jobs, it's lack of housing, and I'm not against housing. I was for housing in 1999. I don't know how old you were then, but along with Jack, I was one of the founders of the Housing Task Force when nobody was talking housing, and a visionary named Martin Hahn put together a meeting that wasn't even a meeting involved with the city. And some of us went to it, like me and Jack, and he asked whoever wanted to stay and see that he was telling us we got trouble coming. Who wants to stay and get ahead of the curve? Jack and I were two of the people that founded the Montpelier Housing Task Force. I've been a housing advocate all my life. I think it's a myth that if you build it, they'll come. Montpelier hasn't grown for a lot of reasons. We're not a city that, there's always been resistance. Sabin's Pasture years ago had a group where it came out and changed the council. And there was heavy resistance, and that's why you don't see a lot of developers doing something, because they look at Montpelier as, you know, developers like to go where the water runs easiest, and it doesn't run easy in Montpelier. They saw the resistance. The council changed. They were going to take away the development rights. This group wanted us to take away the development rights of the whole Sabin's Pasture, so that it could stay where they could walk their dogs and whatever. And this is the difference between Montpelier and Barry. There's still a lot of resistance up on Isabel Circle. There's been 2 or 3 tries up there. There's a lot of resistance. That's what happens in Montpelier. I've seen it all through a lot of years. And the state isn't, like I said, do your own research. I just watched a video on the 10 most unpopular states for people to move in. Vermont was like 8. It is not a desirable state where people are going to come just because we have housing. They got to have jobs to have housing. They got to like the weather. So this is stuff you don't know. I've been around a long time. 74 years old this summer.
Jim, I'd like to get some other people. Adrian?
Yeah, I have 3 questions. The first one, I'm thinking about recreation and kind of adding on what Sal's thought process was. So when this plan was approved in 2023, and then we fast forward 2 years later, the fields up there are very utilized in terms of recreation. And so when I've gone up there on Saturdays and walked around, the soccer fields are on that very flat area. I think just correct me if I'm wrong, because I've not looked at plans, but where those, sorry, I'm looking up there, but I'm looking here, where those apartment buildings, the multifamily buildings is where the children recreate in terms of the soccer fields. Is that right?
No,
Okay.
no.
Okay.
The area where the multifamily structures are not where the recreation fields are currently.
Okay. Yeah. So is it like farther down that road? It's hard to,
Farther down the cart path, yeah.
Okay.
But if I could I'll jump in really quick to go and say why that is the way it is.
Yeah.
So it would have been before Sal was on, because it would have been right after we purchased. There was a conversation with council about where is the rec zone? Because we knew rec had put in $1 million to buy the property. Where do we want the rec zone? And we made 2 recommendations, and one was to put the rec zone to the left, where Sal was talking, and put the housing where the Country Club Road building is. And the conversation that council had at the time was, everybody's going to drive by the residential houses to go to the recreation area, to go to the recreation field. Nobody's going to want to live there with all the cars driving by. Switch them around, put the recreation areas up front, and put the housing in back. So that was the decision. Again, it was a decision of the past. Nothing has happened that says we can't change that and switch that. But that's how it came to be that the housing zone was to the left.
That's good. I'm just not an expert at reading plans, so I wasn't sure exactly where that was. The second question I had, just are there any contingency plans in regards to funding? I think, correct me if I'm wrong, the Killington project, the federal funds, is that on hold? That big project that was on the access road?
I haven't heard the details of it.
Yeah, I think they said that they were, their projects, in the $40-50 million, and they're far advanced than where we are right now. But yeah, I think I did hear that they were holding to sort of just regroup because of the administration change.
Yeah, I think there was like a funding freeze for that particular project for federal funds, but I just want to, that's like a project in Vermont, it's federal funds, it's, the access road in Killington, and I think, I don't know, it's a risk, right?
Our federal money we're looking at would be for the road that connects over to Sabins Pasture. So again, it's a future potential.
Okay.
It wouldn't stop what we're trying to do to get housing started in the lower area. That is just happened to be money that was available. We had the same consultant that was available to help us with the grant. So we were like, hey, let's put in the application. If we get the planning grant done this year, then we'd be eligible in 2 years for that, not realizing that everything was going to get blown up. But we'll see what happens. Again, we can't, you can't win if you don't play.
Yeah. So just, I want a clarification. So it sounds like, just for my own brain, so concept A, you need this for your grant applications. So during the process of RFPs, the council can help guide that process in terms of exactly what we want in terms of phases. So there's a phase 1, there could be a phase 2, a phase 3. We could say phase 1, we would like, I don't know what it will end up being, but whatever the highest, the money for building in terms of the returns for our TIF, so we can start bringing in that money. I don't know what that might be, the apartment buildings or what, but during that process is when we'll have another opportunity to provide input in terms of, changing up this concept A design a little bit.
So I guess I would respond in a couple of ways to that. One is a little bit of kind of getting back to the I'll just say it was the TIM approach. If the council wants to go with that approach, that is the current approach that's on the table. That's what we're currently going with, which was we're keeping our hands out of the site plan design because we are going to leave that to the free market to provide us with options and opportunities. And therefore, the concept A works because it's just a concept A. The developers are going to tell us what that's actually going to look like. Okay. So concept A works perfect if that's what we're doing. And if the decision is we want more say in what this concept looks like before we go to RFP, then I think we have to go to a little bit more of what Carrie was talking about, which is maybe we need to get something that's a little more reflective of what we're thinking of or give us a little more meat on the bones. Because, I mean, if it were me, there are things I can look at this site plan and say, that's not, but this was what was produced by the public and presented to you. We have stuck with that recommendation. And I could go through and say, I don't like the townhouses on top. I don't think we want this to look like another Murray Hill. I want this to look more like Loomis Street. Same density, vastly different appearance, vastly different character. Ownership is different because on Loomis and Liberty, you have independent property owners who have the ability to change it as opposed to a condominium. The townhouse kind of gives me that sense that everything's going to be, so
Yeah.
as your planner, I would say, I don't like that, but I am not the person writing your plan. I'm the person who's presenting your public's plan. And I think we can make adjustments over time to some of the details, like, is that really going to be townhomes, or can we come up with a mix of something that looks different? Again, it's always going to be up to you guys to make that decision. The problem is we don't know how do we put it on the map. We just know it's going to be something like that. And that's where I don't know where to take this. I think I could do that idea. I think we would have to get a quick bit of money and get back to White and Burke and see if we could have somebody quickly craft something up in conjunction with you guys, because I think we would have to work with you guys directly to come up with a site plan that roughly lays it out. And if we wanted to switch sides, housing over here and that would, all right, we can get somebody in and try to work something up again, just to get a concept that we would eventually work to put in an application to the growth center. Growth center application, we need a site plan. What are we doing? They're going to look at it and want to know, we're going to have high density housing down here, lower density housing up here, maybe a connecting road is going to connect down here, there's going to be sidewalks, there's going to be bike paths, there's going to be open green space, but we need something I can give them at least.
So one last question, and sorry if this was answered before. So is this zoned for residential and commercial, or is it just, okay.
Yes, we gave it the most flexible zoning that we could. Originally, we went through and gave it, by way of history for some folks who weren't here, we had originally said, we'll just make it urban center 1 and make it the same as the downtown. It probably wasn't the best approach, but council recommended and we agreed, and we created a new district called urban residential that allows a mix of uses, but doesn't allow a number of big commercial type uses. And the reason for that is we don't want, the point of a growth center is to support your designated downtown. It is not to take away from your designated downtown. So you can have restaurant, maybe a pizza shop, maybe some things, but you don't want to have a new hotel and conference center, because that's the thing you want in your designated downtown. You might have some smaller uses up there. We might have, I think there was a conversation, maybe the hospital having some patients, hospital facilities or orthopedics or something out there, because we've got the recreation facility. Maybe there's a complementary use that has some business out there, but nothing that's going to significantly draw away from our designated downtown, which is what this is supposed to support them, not take away from them.
Are you happy, Adrian?
Yes, thank you for all that additional.
Ben and then Carrie.
First, I just want to thank you for all the work that you put into it. And I would just say, Jim, I feel like what I see in my work is just the private market.
Ben, I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I turned my thing off.
Thank you.
Rookie mistake. I would say, I just feel like what I see in my work doing community economic development is that the market around housing is broken. And I think folks that work in the field will tell you that. And the reality is communities that are developing housing really can only do it with the help of the municipality and like a visionary kind of leadership that supports that. And I think, we can go around Vermont and we can see it. We can see the places that are doing that. It's South Burlington, it's Winooski, it's St. Albans. And, in St. Albans in particular, the TIF was the tool that allowed it to happen. And what I see right here on the concept plan, I'm not necessarily thrilled with the layout of that either, right? But what I do see are, here are some tools that will allow housing to happen. And, that means that we have to have some kind of idea of what we want. We need that to get the growth center designation. We need the growth center designation to get the TIF. The TIF allows us to have the infrastructure that can make this project happen. And, it's not a federal grant, right? It's a state thing. And, there are certainly risks associated with it. And so what I would want to see is really a lot of opportunities for checkbacks, for updates, and really understanding where the go, no go points are. But for me, I think it's really like, get the infrastructure up there that incentivizes the private market to actually do something. And, I think the reality of it is we can say we want all of these things, but until we can signal to a developer or developers that there's infrastructure up there and that we've incentivized it enough that it pencils out, the reality is the market's going to really determine what the reality of this is. Partnerships with certainly for-profit, nonprofit developers, but it's like if we don't incentivize them or lower the barriers to development, I just don't see it happening. And I think to kind of Josh's earlier point, if I really feel like in Vermont, if we're not working actively to thrive, we're just going to be in decline. So thanks.
Thanks, Ben. Carrie.
Yeah, thanks. Everyone's made really, really great points. Can you hear me now? How about now? No?
Not really.
It's green, yeah. Okay. How about this one? Yes?
Better.
Can you hear me? Okay. Sounds the same from here. All right, so I really appreciate, Mike, the way you have kind of spelled out how a concept plan might actually work, and in particular, allowing for different decision points along the way. And that's what's most important to me, is that I don't want us to be locked in. I don't want, as Sal was saying, for this to be a literal plan that and I know that we can always change our minds, of course, but I worry that I want some reassurance that there will be clear points along the way where we can make decisions like we want, maybe some single family homes would be great in here. Maybe it's a tiny home neighborhood makes sense here. And that we have the ability to do that, and that I don't know if you'll tell us that you're pledge to come to us at certain points or how that will work, but if I have some assurance that that is going to happen, then I'm okay with this concept. And I really understand that you need it to be able to get funding and to be able to move forward and to get that growth center designation and get the TIF that will pay for all of this. So
Yeah,
that's what I'm looking for.
We will absolutely be back.
Okay.
And it is absolutely, it has to be an iterative process. As I said, the more information that I get, if you guys are interested in having, this council wants a more refined concept plan, we can approve this and do a more refined concept plan. If we're satisfied with this plan as it is, knowing that we're going to come back. And as I said, most of it we expect to come back when we're working on the RFP, because that's where the big piece is going to come in. And maybe that's where we put in a refined RFP or a refined concept plan. Is we're going to have to eventually get a point where we say, all right, developers, this is what we want. Do we just go and say, hit us with whatever you want, as long as it's a minimum of 3 stories and provides us a certain amount of housing, and we want this mix of affordable housing at a minimum, or we want mixed use, or we want, and that list can be as long as you all want to put as a condition for developers. And the list could be, we don't want very many restrictions, or it could be, we want to have, this is our property and we want this to work a certain way. That's where I think there's going to be the most opportunity, I think, to have that revision, because clearly this nothing is going to happen until you guys have voted 2 or 3 times and the public has voted twice. So there's going to be more than enough opportunity between now and then to make revisions. So yes, clearly I will tell you this is a concept plan in the most basic sense of a concept plan.
Bill, I was actually just going to follow up on that and say, if you look at the steps that need to happen, you have to approve the city plan, you have to approve the growth center application, you have to approve the TIF application, and then you'd have to approve the RFP. So there's already all of these actions that need to happen that would prompt these conversations in addition to any other regular updates. And, really Ben hit the point about housing. Just as, before we did this, housing's been our top policy issue since, pre-COVID, long before, really not long after Jim left, it really went to the head of the class. And for those reasons, it was like nothing is happening unless we intervene, and we've looked all around the state
at what's happened, and it has required municipal intervention. Just want to add one point to what Jim said about, the non-growth in the area and what Josh was talking about, how the city hasn't grown for 45 years. I will say, if you look at the data, the neighboring towns' population has grown about 20% in aggregate around us. So we've stayed, they've all grown, because the growth was there with open fields and those kind of things. So how do we get some of that growth into Montpelier? And lastly, you've heard this from me before, and probably hear it from me again over the next 3 months, but, projects are successful when you set your vision and stay the course. Just mentioned South Burlington. They were at that 20, 30 years ago trying to do that downtown. Things, sometimes, and you, as long as you have your off ramps, we can still get out before we commit. But nothing's risk free.
Sal and Palin, I see you. I have a couple of questions. I want to follow up on where we've been so far in this conversation. It seems like a lot of what we're talking about is flexibility, and you're saying, well, we need to go have a plan to go to funders with. But I'm also hearing at least some people saying, well, we need flexibility, and we need to potentially have the ability to add single-family homes into the mix, which I know some previous council members were very committed to the idea that there should not be single-family homes up there. And that came strongly through the process, where we had numerous meetings and surveys and hundreds of people coming to those meetings. And that was a strong statement that we heard from people. But on the other hand, what I've observed from sitting on this council is that people come to meetings and they say what they think and what they want, and they have no idea how long some of these processes take. And then by the time it comes to actually build people what they told us they wanted years ago, they're saying, well, where did that come from? Who sprung this idea on us? And we've just seen that last year with the Barry Street bike path concept, which we had meetings and hundreds of people coming out and supporting the idea. And then when we start to say, well, okay, time to put the bike path on Barry Street, well, where did that come from? And so that really gets me to the question of flexibility, and do we have the ability to pass this as concept A, essentially as it is, knowing that, will that still leave us the opportunity to get the grants and not have them come back to us and tell us, well, you have to give the money back because now you're putting single-family homes where the concept didn't have single-family homes, or
most of the grants don't. So this plan can be amended at any point by a motion of this board, by the council. It's intentionally in here, that's why I've said approve the plan. We're not adopting the plan. It has not gone through a public hearing process, and therefore requiring any larger process. Any of these plans, including when you've approved, when Kurt's come in and approved, we're going to go forward, we're going to get a grant, and we're going to do this to the wastewater treatment plant. And then comes back and says, guess what, we've done this and that, and we're going to have to cut this part out. I need your permission to do that. And you say, okay. We always have to go back, obviously, and approve with our funders to go through and say, looks like we can't meet that obligation. Most of them are not going to probably have an obligation in the contract. This is something we are imposing on ourselves. And at any point in time, we could say, we're going to unimpose ourselves just by a simple vote of the council. This is an approved plan, not an adopted plan. So you guys have the full right next meeting to change your mind. The hope is, of course, that we've got a pretty good vision and we choose our vision and stay the course. But the public said that ultimately you are the ones who approved the plan, and you can say, I know the public wanted that, but we think this is in the best interest in the long term for the community, and we're going to vote separate from what was recommended in the plan, and that's your right too.
And you said you're already, I know you're already talking to developers. It could be that when you go out to look for developers, someone might say, well, we don't think there's a way that we could sell this to people without having single family as part of the mix or something like that. So it could be that when it goes to award contracts for that kind of thing, it might look different anyway.
Yeah, and most of the conversations we're having right now are really to the phase one partners, the big developers for the buildings in the lower areas. We don't expect that the same person, when we do the contract or when we do the RFP, we're not expecting to RFP for the whole thing. We're taking the 7 acres that are in the lower part of the golf course and doing an RFP for that and hearing from developers who are going to put in the larger developments. Where are you going to put the open space? What are your amenities going to look like? Show us what your architecture looks like. Is it something that we like? Is, oh, I like their architecture. Oh, those are terrible, awful buildings. I've driven by them and I think that's awful. Or whatever. You guys would get an opinion to go through and say, that's the developer we want to go with. They're doing a great job with amenities. They're doing great with design. When we've got that going, we're going to continue the road up the hill and we'll have a separate RFP process. Maybe the same developer, maybe a different developer. Maybe we subdivide it, as was suggested, subdivide into 40 different building lots, and we sell them off as 40 different things. And we break it into 3 different pods and say we're going to build the roads and infrastructure to Section A and sell off those building lots to individual homeowners to build them because you think that's the best next approach. Or we can, like I said, we will get to that step when we get there. At this point, we need the revenues, so we need our big players to show up to build us big expensive buildings and get us big tax bills so we can build a big increment.
And you're not hearing developers looking at this even as an idea and saying to you, there's not any money in this for us. We don't see a way that we can make this work.
No, the people are quite the contrary. The only issues we've had are a little bit of scale with the affordable housing providers. They have issues getting to the scales that were envisioned in this plan.
Because of capacity.
Because, capacity, and they usually build in the 40-unit range, and these were kind of envisioning more 80-unit, 60, 80-unit range, and they don't build to that scale. But that doesn't mean we can't have a private developer come in that builds a turnkey or does a mixed housing development project where there are ways to work around that. But the big developers, your Chittenden County folks that build in those areas, they have the financing, they have the capacity. And the ones we've talked to are, quite honestly, they're very interested. They're waiting to see this RFP come out, and they think, yes, having TIF, having the Act 250 exemption, and the zoning ready to go are the 3 critical pieces they're looking for them to be able to come in and have the flexibility to make a proposal.
That's very encouraging. Sal, I know you had your hand up first, but Palin hasn't spoken yet, so I'm going to call on her first.
Yeah, thank you, Jack. And I think everybody asked the similar questions I have in my mind. The only thing I want to mention, we talk about public input, and we say that all the concept plans kind of shaped by the public input. And also we talk about developers talking to you. Do we have any concrete developers input we can just check? Or is it possible, people are reaching out to us, developers, right? They are reaching out to you, as far as I understood your conversation with Jack. So can we see their input like we see public input, and we can just compare? And then if we want to amend the plans or change our direction, then we will have some kind of information, because I'm not a developer. And I agree the path we are taking, that city is not a developer either. So that's why our job is to prepare the land for developers. And when everything is ready, they can come and invest. But we haven't heard their input. So
yeah, they haven't. They won't put money into developing the plans until we're ready to have an RFP process. What they have looked at is just the general things, and when we describe it, when Josh mostly is talking with the developers, we'll explain to them, we've got this site, and they're like, yeah, we've seen it, I heard about this, we looked at it on Google Maps, looks like a great site, looks open, it probably has good soils, ask questions about the roads, we're bringing in the sewer and water, perfect, you got the utilities, you've got the TIF, we've got the Act 250 exemption. That's, they're excited. They know that there is potential there. And at that point, it's a competition. My hope is we get 4, 5, 6 developers who are interested in the site, and then you can look at a variety of options. They will then, in their application, say, here's the product we do. And they'll show you, here's the project we did in Quebec, and here's the project we did in Northfield, and here's the project we did in Stowe, and these are all the different things we do, and here's what we would do on this site. And you guys would evaluate those and say, up to 5 developers, we think this is the best one. In some cases, as when we were doing Berry City, a city place, a big factor for us was to make sure that we picked the one that had solid finance. Different things. We kind of like that design, we like that person, but these guys, we know the project was getting done. And that's ultimately the one we went with, because they had the funding, the risk to the city was low, and that was what we wanted to make sure we maximized, was that they have a great product, the risk is low, we're going with them. But you guys will have your own scoring charts and your own decisions to make when we get there. And my hope, again, my push is, I want this next year. I'm really pushing on the gas pedal to try to get us there, knowing that these take long time, so let's not juggle. Let's go for it.
So will we able to have some kind of developer input? You said after the second stage, after TIF, right? So we can have some kind of like concrete input from them. It doesn't matter they will come and do something, but they are like community members too, right? They can give some kind of input to just guide a community and city council. That's all
we will, to develop the RFP, we will bring in White and Burke.
Okay,
very likely. They are the brokers, and so they're going to help you write the RFP. That goes and says, what is it that's important to you, so we can get it in the RFP, so we can make sure. They're going to then bring in the development, so that way we've got a good product. We can, usually they've got nice pictures, and we get that out to the RFP. They'll then, the people who are responding to the RFP will also give you a demonstration of all the different projects that they've worked on, the products that they do, why you should hire them to do the lower area.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Sal?
I guess I'm still hearing two things. Mike, I'm hearing that we can be flexible, and I'm also hearing, though, that we can't wait to talk to developers about building 5-story buildings on the flattest part of the property. So, I mean, I don't have to win this argument tonight, but I'd like to be able to make the argument over the next, couple of weeks and months about this particular juxtaposition of large buildings down low because we don't want to drive by residences and all the smaller stuff up top. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to me. We're taking what I see as the most valuable part of the property, and I'm not surprised the public sent that message. If people look at a flat field and they say, oh, that's where I want to build, that's easy. We just put a road down the middle and houses on both sides. I mean, it's when in fact, I think a lot of developers would prefer to use a slope site. They can squeeze in a lot more square footage into it. But my point is, if we can be flexible, if the flexibility that if we approve this and, if it's an approved plan, that sounds like it's an approved plan to me, but Why isn't it, an approved preliminary plan? I mean, maybe we need the terminology. It sounds like the terminology is important here. But if over the next weeks and months, we can in fact get more detailed information or change this sort of simple big buildings here and little buildings there and recreation field over there instead of over here, if we can talk about that and actually change it, then I'm in. If we can't, I'm out.
All right, and I guess the quick answer I'll have for that is the public in the planning process. So before this went out to the public input, the council made the decision of where the recreation zone was.
Not true.
Was recreation zone?
The blob?
Where was the when was recreation zone approved?
Yeah, it was during the process.
It was during, oh,
Council reserved the blob for the recreation and community area.
Well, you don't need to,
well, there was a time at which the council went and reserved that, which is basically the housing ended up there because that was not where the recreation zone. It is certainly within the purview and the right of the council to go through and say, we should revisit that arrangement, or we should, we could approve the concept plan with a qualifier of, understanding that the city council reserves the right to be flexible about the arrangement of the recreation area and the housing in any final concept. Because then we would still have a concept that we can move forward with. Obviously, the more defined it is, the better it is for us. And again, I will still put on the table, if we wanted to do any quick revisions, that's up to you to try to come up with an alternative concept plan that meets either their spirit or whatever you guys would like. It would just require a little bit of money that we would have to figure out to get the landscape architects to come in and sketch something out.
thanks, Mike. Any more questions from members of the council at this stage of the conversation? If not, I'm going to go to members of the public, and I've seen a couple of people online who've had their hands up for a very long time. Joe Castellano.
Hello, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Yep, just fine.
Perfect, perfect. Hey, I wanted to propose to Mike, I know Mike is dead set for TIF district. I reached out to Alex Farrell, the Commissioner for Housing and Community Development for the state, and he said that the governor has a couple of new programs such as the SPARC, S-P-A-R-C, that is more of a streamlined type of TIF that doesn't have the administrative hurdles that you have with a TIF district. And I'm also concerned about the TIF district because, for one, Whitenburg is the only approved consultant to do TIFs in the state. And as an example, they administer the TIFs in Burlington. The two TIFs in Burlington cost staff salaries of $84,000 a year and $191,000 in fees. I'm reluctant for us to take on that sort of responsibility, especially with all the challenges that TIF districts seem to have. So I would like you to look at some other things, such as the SPARC proposal, and I know that there's some other proposals that they've come up with. A couple of other things. I want to rebut some of the things that Ben and that's been proposed about why private developers haven't developed here in the last 50 years. You need basically three things: population growth, income growth, employment growth. We've had none of that here. National Life, when they chose to expand, they went to Texas. They didn't expand here in Vermont. Our income is somewhere around, the median income is somewhere around 76, 79,000. And our population has grown by 2% in the last 25 years. So without any of those things, I mean, that's one of the reasons why developers are not developing. Plus, it's costly to develop in Montpelier because all the easy sites have been pretty much taken care of. One last thing is, I know that Mike had said that there was they want to get a 10 to 12% grade. I was looking through the proposal that White and Burke had, the concept proposal. One of the pages, and it's an email from Stephanie Clark, said VHB had done an assessment and there is a vertical slope already of 10 to 12%. So I don't know what sort of slope you're talking about getting that road reduced to. Oh, one last thing is I know too on TIF districts is I know that you've been talking with Downstreet, and I understand that with an affordable housing, they're sort of tax capped as far as how much they can contribute to a TIF district. So I think that will affect the ability to repay any sort of TIF bond. And I'd like to find out if that's correct.
Thanks,
Thank
Joe.
you.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate that. Sean? Oh,
Piece of information to that, not all in detail, but appreciate the talk about employment. And I don't know whether, it's the cart before the horse or, which come first, the chicken or the egg. But we met last year with the CEOs of all our major employers here in Montpelier and in the region, and every one of them said their biggest hurdle to bringing employees here was lack of housing. And National Life said one of the reasons they had to expand in Texas is because they could not bring employees here. And they were very interested in us developing more housing to bring more employees here. So some of it, it's hard to say which one comes first, but clearly they all identified housing as a major obstacle for them.
Thanks, Bill.
And can I just quickly respond to so his quick three, the Spark program is not approved. It's just a proposal. Obviously, the thing they're trying to do, the Scott administration is trying to do, is to get a more streamlined TIF. TIF doesn't have to be as complicated as it is. It's just, as Bill pointed out, we are a Dillon's rule state. We want to participate in TIF. Those are the rules. So the Scott administration is trying to come up with a new set of rules that would be more streamlined. That's the Spark program, but it's not approved. If it gets approved, I will be the first one to sign up and say, well, we're going to do that rather than TIF. The road slope, those were preliminary numbers that VHB did for the White and Burke report. VHB is the same consultant that's now working on this project, and they measured out the slope on Country Club Road, and it tops out at 14%. And there's other, depending on where you're starting from and ending from. But the idea was we would be bringing that slope down to 12% is the proposal, and elevating East State Street so it smooths out and cleans up, or East State Street, Route 2. So that way we can clean up the intersection with the railroad. So that would, so we've got those estimates coming in. And the TIF for affordable housing, yes, they pay less. And when it comes to TIF, it's all about money in, money out. And if they pay less, that means we're going to have more development somewhere else to make up for that, because you have to have the revenue to pay. There's no cheating the system in TIF. And the model that is in the report that you have talks about if we had the development that was proposed in concept A, back of the envelope numbers would generate $26 million in revenues, and we need $18 million to build out the roads and do all the infrastructure. So any grants we get, again, it puts us on the right side. We need final numbers, we need final everythings, but it's good. We're $8 million extra money in the positive. So that was why they were able to check the box. When I said they did this project, they want to check the box to say if it's feasible. This is checking the box to say it was feasible. We've got extra money. When we get final numbers, we'll have final.
Thanks, Mike. Sean?
Hi, thank you. Sean Linehan. I live up off of Terrace, and I'm a member of the Planning Commission. And I'd just like to say that you don't have the astronomical home prices in Montpelier and 0% rental vacancy without the demand for housing. We need to build more housing in Montpelier. And this is the next step in that process. It's not the final step, but if you want to see something built in Montpelier, something out at Country Club Road, this plan has to be approved. And so I would just encourage the council to approve it tonight so that we can keep moving forward. So thank you.
Thanks, Sean. Steve?
Yeah, it's a tough act to follow to try to pack into 3 minutes what you just heard, an hour of spin. A key thing that Bill said, set your vision and stay the course. What we have here is a pitiful lack of vision. The concept plan, I will quote from the Whitenberg report. To be clear, quote, to be clear, this is not a final land plan. The exact quantities of housing, the siting of the units, the exact layout of the road network, these are all conceptual at this phase. The plan is illustrative in nature and will be refined many times before construction begins. They recommend a phase 2 master plan process. We dropped the ball. They recommended that whole list, slides of due diligence requirements. We dropped the ball. So I hear this aside or this, people who oppose this project. No, I am people who oppose shortcuts and shoddy planning. And that's what we've had here for a year and a half since that so-called actionable plan was presented. The flood resilience and preparedness, it's not in here at all. I mean, that's one of the main priorities for us, and we're acting like all we want is housing. I mean, the Resilience and Recovery Commission came up with some language, said look for sites that are above flood zone where you can stage fire trucks. I think it was your Stevens consultants that said that. But we need to have thought out where will our dispatch function? Where will our people sleep on cots if they need to? So phase 2 master plan is what we should be doing. The growth center nor the TIF are at all assured here. We are not contiguous to town, and the growth center requirements are specific as to walkability to town, mapping of your civic infrastructure, your sidewalks, your water, your sewer, your transportation capacity. We don't have any of that here. All we've got is a subdivision, suburban sprawl, the way this concept plan is. We need to rethink. I think it's okay to miss the September deadline. I don't think we're going to get a master plan done by then, but we need to contract for a master plan, an architectural engineering firm that can put that together. The TIF, the Vermont Economic Progress Council, is very scrupulous at protecting taxpayers. They are not going to allow all the false assumptions that you've been fed tonight about how this is going to pay itself off.
Thanks, Steve.
The rush to chase grants is corrupting our due diligence with planning. That we need to look at the possibility of attracting a blue zone. That you hear about blue zones where people live long lives in vitality so currently.
Thank you, Steve. That is your time.
One more quote. I'm going to quote from Mike Miller's own plan that he just is trying to get you to approve separately. And you also heard that the strategic plan
If you have the quote, tell us the quote.
The city has completed the planning phase and developed an actionable plan for Country Club Road. That shows you how diligence has been done.
Thank you. Dave Kidney. Dave, you're still muted. There we go.
I'm sorry. I
got you now.
I'm trying to make 4 quick points. One, I absolutely agree, and I think most people in Montpelier agree that we need more housing, and that's crucial. I would say, however, that I went to some of the public meetings, and they were putting together what we, the citizens, wanted, and I heard pretty loudly and clearly at the meetings that I was at that folks did want single-family housing, that there was a real need for middle-class housing for teachers, firefighters, social workers, nurses, carpenters, mid-level management, old folks, young families. And I think what happened is when they came up with a Plan B, which was the only single-family homes, they were large lots and large houses, like, people were picturing McMansions. I think people rejected that, voted for A over that. I think if we had been presented with small homes, small capes, tiny houses, bungalows, things that working people could live in, that would have been overwhelmingly voted for. So I don't think we were given a fair choice, basically McMansions or nothing. And so I would disagree with anybody who said that Montpelierites don't want single family houses for working people. I also strongly agree with Councilman Alfano that the flat fields, the Dog River field has been flooded. They're not the only soccer. I've got 3 grandkids in town. Everybody loves playing soccer up at the country club. The one game they had at Dog River, there's still mud on the field. It's hard. It's going to flood again. We need those playing fields for the youth of this community. And that the rec center, the portion we set aside for recreation fields is too small. And it should encompass a lot where those large buildings should be going. And finally, if I was on the council, I would have a tough time voting tonight, because at one point I heard Mike say, well, we can go back to the drawing board and maybe draw up a new plan that has tiny houses, single family homes, cluster houses. And on the other hand, he's saying, well, we can tweak this. But unless, and I know Sal's asked it 2 or 3 times and other people have asked it, but unless I heard loudly and clearly and definitively that this is going to be just designated as a preliminary concept plan that we all know we're going to tweak and change because we don't like concept A, I don't see how you can vote for it. I think.
David, you didn't hear your beeper, but.
Okay, I'm done.
3 minutes to wrap up. Thanks.
I'm sorry. We're going over.
No, that's fine. Sandy. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mike. My name is Sandra Vitzthum. I'm an architect. I live in Montpelier on Loomis Street. I've been involved with planning and developing for over 30 years. So I do not want to hold up development on that site. It is really critical. However, we did have a faulty process so far. And I think it's really important to acknowledge that, figure out what can be separated out to go forward. For instance, is it true that you have to have a plan? What is the plan? What's the definition to go forward with funding? I think we could manage things parallel and solve this problem. I want to point out that there is a huge difference between a concept where you don't even really need the word plan after it. It's a concept for the area versus a master plan. A master plan is full of life. It has real details. It's based on definite physical parameters. It is completely different from what you saw. And I don't have really the time to hand these out, but if the guardrails that were placed on the White and Burt process were significant. I'm just going to show it because you guys are voting, but that was fun. So the 3 concept plans, as far as I'm aware, there were not iterations. There was not a process going back and forth. There were 3 plans, and the 3 plans are very similar. 2 don't have any single family homes, and B has large lots, has been pointed out. It is, so single family homes most of us have a lot more variation in our heads when we think of that term. I am working on a project right now that has lots of a 20th or a 25th of an acre, and the houses are going to be 300 square feet to 600 square feet. That is what the workforce is looking for right now. the multifamily home can mean everything from a row house in Georgetown or Boston, where you can think of the, 2 stories and a half with an English basement. I don't know why it got limited to the Taft Corners example of a 5-story kind of monster thing, that I don't know why my children would want to live in that lifestyle when they could go somewhere else. I don't know that is, I don't know how multifamily housing got translated into 5-story 80-unit buildings. So the guardrails that happened in that process, I can understand why they had a lot of work to do and a lot of people. Okay, but I do need to finish this. So I want to say that the developers have 2 goals. One is
Sandy.
to permit fast. I know, but I'm going to finish.
Well, you got to wrap up.
I am. I
Just-
have
if
2
this-
more
okay,
sections.
Okay.
They have 2 goals. One is to get things permitted quickly, and one is to absorb, sell their product. That is it. They do not come up with concepts. Human beings, particularly people who want to live and use the place, will come up with a real master plan. I am working on one in Plainfield right now.
Sandy,
I
you're-
do
you're-
want to finish.
no,
I'm
you're
sorry. I
done.
am finishing.
You're done.
No, I'm not.
You have to be
You
done.
can pick me up and carry me out, but I'm going to finish this because I've been trying to say this since last June.
Not in
We've
our
had 2
meetings.
years to make a real master plan. We have done nothing. If it can proceed in parallel, I would like it to proceed along. But the project in Plainfield has had 1 month, and it is about a quarter of the size of this project. There's there's only 1,200 voters in Plainfield. It has gone from nothing, except for the parameters, through a community design process, and we just had our first presentation at the DRB tonight. That is 1 month. I don't know why this concept is, that it would somehow hold up the project for a long
Okay,
time.
thank you,
very
Sandy. You
much.
need to stop.
I appreciate you letting me be rude.
Peter.
I just have a quick question. Is this on? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
The article in The Bridge, which covered a lot of ground, did raise this point that if you start with the lower income housing, you're not going to get the tax benefits that you would if you started with more mixed housing. And yet Mike's said, well, look at the math. We'll get 24,000, whatever. I don't remember the numbers. Can we really nail this down and answer the question? Why would the first people you talk to be downstream if that's going to actually yield far less than a mixed housing project, which would have some higher level? That is a concept.
Thanks, Peter. That is a question that it's concrete enough that we can ask. Mike, do you have an answer?
Yeah, our meetings with the affordable housing was because we knew council and the public were going to have questions at some point about, well, what about Downstreet? What about Evernorth? What about our housing partners? Could they build these projects? So a lot of this reaching out was simply to reach out to developers and find out what their capacities are, what are the constraints that they have that they're working for. So we reached out to them, not because we're proposing to build something right now, but to go through and say, our concept plan talks about building 300 housing units. 196 of them are in the lower area in larger buildings. Is this something in your wheelhouse? And they're like, no, we could build in this scale. And again, we've got opportunities to look at other things to co-locate with, if we do build a community center, we could have affordable housing over the community center. And to comment on the tax implications, yes, it's a matter of if you have affordable housing and they're going to pay less taxes, we have to plug that into the formula. The whole point is to make sure that the rest of the town, the taxpayers and the rest of the town are protected. The TIF district has to pay for itself. So if we have a partner who isn't going to pay taxes, we have to take that into account and say that, all right, they're there, but they're not paying taxes. So that doesn't help us to pay for the road and the water that they need. So that's the answer to that.
Josh, you have something to add to that?
Yeah, I've heard this comment throughout the whole process since we started this. When people see big box buildings, like on the concept plan, they think affordable housing, and that's all they're thinking. It's an antiquated thought, because that could all be mixed income. Those could be condominiums with apartments. People need to think outside the box. Like, one large 3 or 4 story building does not mean affordable housing. That's not the only product that could be in that building. So I just want, people have said that repeatedly throughout this whole process, and that wasn't the intention. The intention was that whatever those buildings contain would be mixed income.
Thanks. Folks, I think, Peter, okay, Peter, folks, come on.
Jack, my question wasn't answered. Neither Mike nor Josh spoke to my question.
Okay.
I asked a very concrete question. If you want to have a concept, the concept should be that the first buildings that are built will work with TIF. If you go to Down Street first,
Okay, stop,
That
Peter.
question actually was answered, Peter. What he said was, we talked to them to see what was feasible. We're not saying for sure it's going to be Down Street. We wanted to see, and that if we went to Down Street, that we would have to make sure the TIF worked, that we would have to backfill it with other development in that same project. So they did answer the question.
So I'd like to move along, because we've been at this for a couple of hours now. And we have, to me, I think it's very, very important to move forward with this, with development on this location, because it's the only potential spot that I see right now that is likely to create a significant amount of new housing in the city of Montpelier. And we've heard about Sabin's pasture for many years, and if we were, I don't think our experience has been that waiting for big landowners to develop housing has worked over the 40 years that I've lived here. And I don't see any sign that it's going to continue to go in the future. So I'd like to see if we can have more discussion, but I'd like to see if someone's prepared to make a motion to, as the request has been, to approve this, knowing that it's going to be subject to changes as we go on. Is someone ready to make a motion to that effect?
Plan, or we should just keep as a concept, because I think all the things we've discussed, I think that's the approach.
I can't hear that.
Sorry, I was saying, can we make the motion as to approve this plan as a preliminary one, not the concept plan? So just to highlight that it's not a final one, and it will give us flexibility to change things.
So your motion is to approve this as a preliminary plan?
Yeah, I was asking if we can do this. Yeah, I will not make a motion like that.
And is there a second for that motion?
Approve what?
Well, you don't have to respond to comments from the audience. Is there a second for Palin's motion?
Well, I will second it for the purpose of reopening the discussion on it. And if I may, then.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to move forward as well, but I don't want to do that just on the possibility of our revisiting the concept. I would like to specify that we actually do revisit the concept. I mean, I went to 40 abatement meetings. I can go to, 40 country club design meetings. I just think it's important enough that we're only going to get one shot at this. I think this plan, I don't think anyone's going to want to live in this plan. And so if nobody wants to live there, there's no point in building it. So let's revisit it. And if I'm wrong, and then I'm wrong, but I think we ought to spend the time. I don't know how much time that is. Maybe Mike can help us there, but I would like to, if we approve, I would like to approve with the caveat that we in fact revisit it in the next, 4 to 6 weeks, with several meetings to try and come up with something that's a little more nuanced and a little more detailed at the same time.
Mike, do you have your thoughts about that?
Yeah, I guess the two things, if we were to try to go and do a fast track, as Sal is commenting on, we don't have to approve things tonight if we were going to go on a fast track to go and get that. That said, I would have to reach out to, I believe, White and Burke, what it was VHB, I believe, that did the concept plans. So I would have to reach out to see what their availability is. They may have capacity to help us. I think it would be easiest to have them, considering they did concept A, B, and C, that they already have those drawings. Would they have the capacity to come out? What would be the cost? There's going to be some cost to it. So we would have to identify the cost and where that money is coming from. But
So hearing what Palin said and what Sal said, it sounds as though you're saying that you would be just as willing to go forward with having no vote on it tonight and come back in 3 or 4 meetings from
most
now.
important for our growth center application, which will be going in the summer. So if it were 6 weeks, 8 weeks within that, so what are we, March, April, May? If we're
Still
looking
works.
May, even by the end of June, I think we're in a window where the most important thing, as I said, is that you have direction for me. And if that takes sitting down and putting a different pen to the paper to get that, that's the most important thing. If we've got an agreed upon vision that you are comfortable with, that's more important than having the council uncomfortable and hesitant about support. I would rather find something, but I can't tell you right now that I've got a consultant on board that can jump right in, but I'll reach out and let you know tomorrow.
Ben.
Yeah, I really appreciate hearing that, and I think it sounds actually like a good compromise. I am curious though, and I don't expect you, Mike, to be able to say it now or Sal, but I would really want to think about what does that look like, right? That there was a pretty robust process to get to the concepts that we got to, whether they're for better or worse, right? But if we're going to go back and say, let's open this back up and refine or come up with a different concept, I would just want to be really clear about what that process looked like. And I get it, you work with your consultant, but I just want to make sure we're not opening up something without any idea of what we're actually doing, right? So, but I really appreciate the idea that we have a little bit of time here to revisit it if that's what we need to do to be comfortable, because I do feel like we need to be with a unified voice to the degree that we can about a vision for this.
Well, that sounds like a plan to me. If Palin, if it's okay with Palin and Sal, if it's okay with you and Sal, the two of you not to vote on your motion tonight, come back, why don't we plan on that?
And I guess we'll have to discuss, we'll work with Bill and Kelly and the mayor to discuss what type of process, because they're obviously going to be working with you to come up with this concept. So they're not working with me and then presenting something to you as to an alternative. We would have to, whether it's part of your retreat or a special night, that we'd have to have some meeting where we come in and they come in and meet with you to try to hear from you what you want to see on the plan, so they can reflect that in the plan. And
But we don't have the answer to that tonight. and
yeah,
we won't.
I'm just letting you know, that's that's kind of the process of how we would have to have this work, whether it's a special meeting or something.
Totally.
But I will reach out and get back to you guys.
Totally fair. So we'll hear from you again.
Yep, and thank you all for a lot of
Thanks,
time.
Mike. All right.
So, Jack, as the parliamentarian, do we need to withdraw the motion or what?
Probably a good idea to withdraw the motion, just so we're clear that it's not hanging.
So Pellin,
Yeah, I withdraw the motion.
And it's okay with you as the seconder, Sal?
yes, that's fine.
All right. Next up, zipping right along. Back to the same site, discussion of country club road use, proposal development.
So I can try to tee this off. Tee this off, yeah, everyone's teed off. Tee this up. 2 meetings ago, on I think it was February 12th, you directed the council directed the staff to just negotiate with the hub for a recreation plan, to come back with a recreation plan. That was a vote that you approved. And we have begun that work. And then on February 26th, somewhere between those 2 meetings, we received a communication from Turtle Island saying that they were interested in potentially putting childcare up there. And there were only 4 people at the council meeting on the 26th, and there was no vote, but the council said, as kind of a sense of the group that was there, hey, we ought to talk to Turtle Island and see what they have, what they're interested in. So that left staff in a situation where Turtle Island, I believe, needs pretty much the whole building. The hub needs at least half the building. The city rec would use half the building. So we're kind of incompatible direction from the council, I'd say. And so what we are seeking tonight is simply, so there is either you just stick with the original motion and we keep working with the hub. You say, we're going to drop that and go with Turtle Island, or, as you may recall, on the 12th, we had proposed putting out proposals and getting community proposals in, and the council did not choose that, which is also fine, that's your prerogative. So I think we're just asking, what would you like to do? Again, clarity is kind, and right now we have no clarity at all, and we would like some, I know there's some hub folks here, I don't know if there's Turtle Island folks here. We have continued meeting with the hub, as per your direction, but also where we're at.
Carrie.
Thanks, yeah, I'm glad we're revisiting this because I think that when I go back and read the motion that we actually passed, it's not super clear. And I do think we should be considering uses beyond recreation. And so I think, recreational and community uses. The last motion we passed, just want to clarify, didn't direct the staff to work with the hub to come up with something. It was to bring private and/or nonprofit recreational groups like the hub together with the recreation department to cooperatively generate proposals, which will, and it goes on from there. So it was not a direction to work something out with the hub and tell us what you came up with. And I think what we didn't do was clarify that we need to have kind of a process that's open to the public, that solicits proposals from a broad range of folks, and that is equitable and accessible for people, so that we're not just kind of working out a deal with one organization, whether it's the hub or Turtle Island. I wouldn't want to do the same thing with Turtle Island either. So I would like to see us have a RFP process that is asking for proposals for long-term lease of any portion of the Country Club Road property for recreational community uses that are compatible with city future plans. And I have actual wording that I can,
Great.
That I
And so
can
you're going to
read.
make that as a motion
Okay.
right now, right?
where is it? Okay, so I move that we direct the city manager to use a public request for proposals process to solicit proposals for long-term lease of portions of the Country Club Road property for recreational or community uses that will be complementary to future city plans. Yeah.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Folks, do we have discussion on that? Does anyone else have any? I know not everybody was even here physically present or on the council at the time, but Adrian, looks like you're getting ready to say something.
Yeah, I did not attend that meeting, and so we didn't ask for an RFP process last time. Is that, okay, that's okay.
Right.
So, okay, thank you for that.
I will when I've gone through the council. Any other council members have thoughts? All right, I'll take public comments, starting with Danielle Ward, who has had her hand up for a bit. Danielle, we're going to have to.
Hi, sorry, I was on mute.
Great.
Hi, my name's Danielle Ward. I just wanted to speak in support of using the building on Country Club Road for programming for children ages 0 to 5. I'm a mom with a 1.5-year-old. It is impossible to find childcare, and then outside of finding childcare, just trying to do something with a child in winter that isn't prohibitively expensive is nigh impossible. So there's very few spaces in Montpelier where families can go to let their children just be a kid, learn and interact. So I am in favor of a space that would be dedicated to early childhood programming. I think it would be a huge benefit to local families. So I just wanted to say that instead of like a restaurant and tennis courts, Montpelier would have an opportunity to invest in its youngest residents and make community more family friendly. So I wanted to strongly urge the city council to consider Turtle Island's proposal or any proposal that would advance programming for its youngest residents. And I also wanted to add that I was drawn to living in Vermont as a young parent, and I have a community of other young families that moved during COVID and are desperately seeking housing. So anything you can do to push that along too would be much appreciated.
Thanks, Danielle. Steve.
Steve Whitaker, I'm concerned that this RFP might be creating false hope. I mean, this is likely to be a construction project for the next 5 years or more. Maybe not the best place for kids. If we could work something out for a Turtle Island to be on Saban's pasture, that would make a lot more sense near Berry Street. Keep in mind the traffic, the number of car trips is going to be the limiting factor. And if anything we approve first, especially these early in the gate, is going to preclude something else if we don't solve that railroad interchange. That railroad, a traffic study is going to say you cannot put that many trips into US 2 that close to the railroad. And if you do that work, you're going to either put housing in and preclude recreation, or you're going to put, daycare in and preclude housing. It's just a cluster screw of poor planning to be offering a multi-year lease before we have any idea what's going to fit up there. So get your master planning done and postpone this decision on, or lead people to put a lot of work into proposals that are all going to get rejected.
Thanks, Steve. Is there anybody else in the room who'd like to be? Yes, sir. Please step up to the table. You're going out online. Everybody needs to be able to hear you.
I'm John Rayhill, working with the Hub, and we're delighted to have the council direct the administration to work with us to see if we couldn't work out mutual needs and sharing of our recreation goals at the existing building and on the site around, and we've had several meetings, and that's going very nicely. Both of us, both the city and the hub, have mentioned daycare as one of our goals to include in our needs. So we don't want to be in a position of having to vote for daycare or not daycare. Hope we can come to a agreement as to ways that we can work together. I'm a Turtle Island graduate myself, and my kid was there. I had to go with him for 4 hours a day because he was such a behavior problem. But it's a wonderful institution, and we don't want it to be a contest between. Nat, who's working with me as a representative of the hub, just heard from them. They approached us today, and it might be interesting to hear what they said. We look forward to more work with Turtle Island to see if there's a way to meet everybody's needs.
Thanks, John. Now.
Yeah, I emailed the co-executive directors, I guess they are, at Turtle Island, saying that we should open a dialogue, and we always have favored citing some daycare up on that property, especially when the housing becomes a reality. But if they want to do it sooner, we have no objection to that. Anyway, Phoebe Stone of Turtle Island replied, and this is an exact quote, I passed it on to Bill and Kelly and Josh and, who we've been negotiating with. Quote, our landlord gave us notice we need to relocate by June 30th, so our primary focus is finding a location we could move into this summer, which is not possible at the Country Club Road site. It's not to say they might not change their mind. I know I've heard that if they have a signed agreement, they could postpone being kicked out of the current location by a year anyway. And as to the RFP, I would just request that you amend the motion by putting a time limit on it, because we keep getting pushback for now over 3 years. So maybe a 1-month time limit on the RFP.
Thanks, Nat. Is that feasible, Bill?
We had worked out a time schedule. Yeah.
Okay. So
it says June 9th in your memo, April 9th. Proposals could be.
But that was assuming they approved it on February 12th, right? So now we're at March 12th.
But Kelly's nodding too when she says, okay.
Maybe the next meeting after that, April 23rd, will probably just give us enough time.
Okay, so
only 2 weeks.
Adding that to the motion?
Yeah, I was trying to figure out a way to get some sort of time frame into my motion and failed to get it all in one nice sentence, but I think that's a great idea. So can I just amend it, or does somebody need to move to amend this motion?
Technically, someone's supposed to move to amend it, but you could be the one to do it.
I guess.
We could also amend by unanimous consent if everyone's willing to have that amended.
Okay, so then I propose that we amend it to include a timeline of.
Council would review these on April 23rd.
Council will review these on April 23rd.
Everybody consent to that? All right. Any further discussion of this motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, thank you. We have clarity on that. And oh, that's right. Now, we're to the main motion.
We do unanimous.
No, it was by unanimous consent.
It was.
Yeah. So good. So folks, we have in discussion, we have a couple of items on that we are pushing off to the next meeting, the state ethics law compliance review and the introductory briefing on union negotiations, so those are off tonight, and they will be coming back to us. That brings us to city council reports. Ben, you're up. You don't have to say anything.
Well, I do want to say thank you. You know, I'm really excited to serve, and I know I have a lot to learn, but, you know, I know that we're people that are going to try really hard to serve this city with integrity, and I'm excited to serve with you, and I'm grateful for the opportunity.
Thanks, Ben. Helen.
It is very nice being here again, and I welcome to new councillors. That's all. Thank you.
Jim.
Thank you for everybody who voted for me. No, it was a tough choice, but mainly I want to say I honestly thought that nobody would remember me much after 14 years, and I was so wrong. And thank you for everybody who's come up to me or called me or emailed me saying you're glad I'm back.
Sal.
I just want to congratulate Pellin and welcome the new members to the council. Really looking forward to working with this group for at least the next year. And I want to thank Mike and Jerome for kind of putting up with my hard-headedness, but I like where we ended up. And I think it was worth plowing through it for what seemed like hours, but thank you for your patience.
Carrie.
Yeah, I also want to welcome Ben and Jim. It's great to have you here. Congratulations to Palin in your reelection. And I was part of the recount on Sunday, and I just want to say what an impressive process that was. It was smooth and it was clear, and it was great that it came out exactly the same way that it came out on election day. But it was just a really nice manifestation of democracy at its best. And so I wanted to thank the city clerk and the election staff for that.
Thanks, Carrie. Adrian?
Ditto to everything that everyone said. Welcome to the council. And I was with Carrie. We did the recount, and it was really fun to be a part of that process. So thank you for hosting that and making it go very smooth, and for it to be the exact same count. Like, that was amazing. I also wanted to give a quick shout out to the Montpelier boys varsity basketball team. They won their 5th consecutive Division II title, and I think it was the first time it happened in 33 years here in Montpelier. I was with Kelly. We cheered them on, and it was amazing. They are an amazing team, and it was just so great to see that sports vibrancy here in Montpelier. So congratulations to the boys varsity team.
Yeah. Okay, I have a few things. One, congratulations to Palin and our 2 new members, and thank you for your willingness to do this work. I think Bill may have been guilty of a little false advertising when he said we have 100 hours together.
Spend them all tonight.
Maybe it just felt like 100 hours tonight, but it's going to be a lot of work, and I appreciate people being ready to do the work of the city. I think people don't necessarily see or appreciate how much work it is until you're up here. Couple of other things. One, I had a chance to tour the federal building with the city manager and assistant city manager and some people from General Services Administration the other day to look at what the federal building looks like, and it is structurally sound, but it's also kind of weird going through there because it's kind of like the Invasion of the Body Snatchers, where you in the upper floors, people's laptops and cups on their desk with pens on them are all there just the way they were when they left a couple of years ago, and it's full of expensive and very nice furniture, and the elevator's running, so there's anything that's going to be removed is going to be carried down the stairs. But I asked them to to be prepared to come to a future city council meeting to give us more of an update, so you're not just hearing from us what's going on, and they're very happy to do that. So expect that to turn up on a upcoming agenda. I also, speaking of upcoming agendas, at our next meeting, we will, I think it'll be on the next meeting, we'll have a discussion of the process to recruit and search for a new city manager, and it's going to be a big deal because, as people have pointed out, it's a very big decision, so we need to get started on that. So we will have that on our agenda. And then the final thing, because I've had some people asking about it, I consulted with Public Works, Kurt Monica, earlier this week about how things are looking for flooding, and people, I'm probably not the only person who's been watching the river gauge, and I'm happy to report as I drove over the river to get to the meeting tonight that the river's already breaking up, and so things are looking pretty good, and hopefully it stays that way. And that's it for me. City Clerk's report.
You all already covered the recount, so that was mainly what I was going to say, but I will just put in a plug for a community meeting my office is setting up next week, the 19th, the auditorium up here, just sort of looking back now that the year-long election season is finally over, just how it went, how we could improve. We'll be talking about some of the stuff running through the legislature now, like ranked choice voting, and maybe talk about the impact, and definitely talk about the impact of local social media on elections. So encouraging folks to come out. I'll put a couple more reminders up on Front Porch Forum.
Cool. City Manager's report.
Yeah, I just get 2 or 3 things, not hopefully too much. First of all, you mentioned Ice Jam. Just note that yesterday was the anniversary of the 92 Ice Jam flood, March 11th. And today, actually tomorrow, but today marks the exact end of my 30-year tenure. Tomorrow is my anniversary date, will be the first day of my 30 years. So
happy anniversary.
right on, yeah, happy anniversary. So to that point, well, first, before I get to that, you mentioned, it seemed like there was interest in the council retreat, but we didn't actually decide that. So if there is, I guess it's too late. I'll just send out stuff about dates. For those of you that participated last year, have any objection to use the same facilitator?
That's fine with me.
We're already working with her to do our staff retreat next week, so it's just easier to coordinate with her.
Where were we? Was in the senior center last year. Anywhere better than these damn chairs.
Yeah, it wouldn't be here.
Not here, yeah.
Because with 2 degenerative spinal diseases,
Yeah,
these
won't be
are
here.
not great.
Would not be here, so we'll get on the schedule with that. The other thing is, this is not a huge deal, and I probably made it more of a huge deal than I meant to, but just, we're in this awkward situation where, I'm leaving, not necessarily voluntarily, but I'm here for 3 months at your request. And so I guess I just really want to know how I can best serve the council. And I've only known one way to do this job for a long time, but if people don't want me to continue doing it the same way, I just want to get some sense that I'm not overstepping or understepping. I want to do the right thing by the community. And so when people wanted me to stay a few extra months, I guess I'm just checking in to see that, because, we are in uncharted land. So whatever guidance you can provide me would be helpful.
All right, thanks, Bill.
And then
one other thing.
Well, so the other piece that I think is really important, I've mentioned this a couple times, but in terms of transition planning, I think there's the big plan that you guys will work on as far as hiring, but internally, the sooner we know if you have someone in mind for the acting city manager, the better. Because we are we've been operating, obviously, on the assumption it was going to be Kelly, and I think most people hope that it will be. But, as we formally try to work things out, it's kind of like, well, it would go like this if. So, we need to sort of figure that out quickly. And, like I said, we're having a staff retreat next week. The main topic is transition. Who's doing what? How are we picking up what? How are we sharing things? And obviously, to the extent that we had any indication that we knew what was happening next, would be very helpful. So I know it's not on the agenda for tonight, but if there were any thoughts on that, we'd be happy to take them. So that's my council manager report.
Well, more on the next agenda, right?
I guess.
I don't- Okay, folks.
You want us to make a decision tonight? So to help your retreat for next week?
I think if there's,
I feel like
if you feel, I mean, you can't, if there's any indication of what you'd like to do, that would be great. I mean, obviously, it's not on the agenda to be warned, but,
Something so, in academia, when there is if we have you until June 13th, we don't have acting manager in addition to a manager. So that's why.
yeah, no, I understand that.
It will be.
What I'm saying, I'm not saying we would appoint her or anybody else as the acting manager. I'm saying identifying that that's who it's going to be, because we have the luxury of time, and so we know for sure that after June 30, this is where it's going to go. Then we can, internally, we can start transitioning stuff, leading meetings, or how we do supervision, all those kind of things. We can start getting that rolling so that it's already rolling by the end of June. So that's, that's what would be helpful to us, that's all.
Carrie.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we can't make a decision tonight, and it's, we have to go through a process, and maybe she doesn't even want the job, who knows, we have to offer
I think she
it,
does.
talk with her about it. But just to sort of informally let you know where I'm coming from is that I would really like to see Kelly appointed as the acting city manager, so, yeah.
Great. I mean, that's really, thank you. That's all we really need to know, because we can go forward with that, and we can do the formal appointment at some time. But just knowing that takes a lot of pressure off her. We realized, you all had, 10th council meeting the 12th, and then not many people here. Then we had election. This is the first meeting. So for you guys, it's really quick. For us, it's been a month of everybody saying, who's going to be the acting manager? What's going on? So it's just knowing that, I think, is going to be well received to our organization. So thank you for that. That's all I've got.
Great.
And if anybody has any thoughts, obviously we don't want to take a lot of time here, but they want to share with me about how they see the next 3 months going, I'm happy to talk with any council member at any time.
Okay, we just talked about whether the mayor gets a vote on things, but at present I don't, but it's inconceivable to me that it would be anybody other than Kelly, but and she's more than qualified. And with that, at 11:17, we are adjourned.